Good afternoon everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the channel. I hope you're well. I hope you're looking forward to today's live stream. We're back in the Fenix A320 Microsoft Flight Simulator, or Microsoft Crash to Desktop Flight Simulator as it seems to want to be called at the moment. And we start our journey today. Monarch Airlines, Birmingham to Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands with the new SimWings scenery. Really looking forward to that, checking it out for the first time, and it's got the awesome VDGS from Aerosoft, which we enjoy at Brussels already. Some fresh tunes again, thanks to Epidemic Sound, and we'll be listening to some different music than what we have been listening to recently, so I hope you guys enjoy that. And we begin our journey at the Macco Simulations Birmingham Airport scenery for MSFS. We're almost cold and dark, we're on external power and boarding is in progress at the moment. Let's dive in. And there's a current state of play. So in the tanks, over 12 tons of fuel. Cargo's now loaded, but we're still waiting on passengers to load real time, which is rather slowly. In the live chat then, channel members Alberto, Dursey2, Gav, Matthew, Ryan, David A, Rotafib, Craig, welcome folks, I hope you're well, and everybody else tuning in to watch today. Hope you're looking forward to it. This is the longest flight that we've done for quite some time actually, with what seems to be a rather unstable sim. Let's put the seatbelt sign on because refueling is complete. TCAS is on standby. I'll put it on TA for now, I will forget it. Right, let's use this. Our flight today takes us over the tip of France, the western coast, over into Spanish airspace very briefly, west of Bilbao, near to, what's it called? I forget. Lecco is the ICAO code for it, but it slips my mind. And then we're going to go over Portuguese airspace, heading over Lisbon or Faro, and then across the North Atlantic, down into the Canary Islands. Starting off at Birmingham then. I've starred the charts in here. We start our journey there. We're going to push start face south on Victor, and then we're going to head Victor 1. We're going to then go Delta, Alpha, all the way to Alpha 1 before departing runway 15 onto the Compton to Yankee RNAV departure. It's about 3 hours 45, Paul, really long. So it's pretty much a straight out departure up to 6,000 feet, the Compton VOR, and then continuing the climb up from there. But we might step higher before that. We are on Unicom as it is at the moment. Willie Canuck, welcome on board.
Birmingham traffic, Ryanair 047, turning in on final, runway 15.
So we're just waiting on the last few stragglers. Our on-time performance, actually, let's have a little look. 12 minutes. They better hurry up. I don't want to be late. There's the METAR for Birmingham at the moment. Winds 220 degrees at 7 knots, but variable between 170 and 250 degrees. All the nines set for visibility, so 10 kilometers or more, but vicinity showers, broken cloud 1,500 feet, temperature plus 14, dew point 12, QNH 1009, and there are those vicinity showers. I'm hoping we get a little bit actually prior to departure. Look at that, proper murky. Because then we're going to be able to test out the wipers. The one thing I need to try and fix is getting rid of this super close default view. I'm not a fan of it. I keep forgetting it's there. Dursey2, no worries, buddy. There's our initial climb to 6,000. This is one of my favourite animations. I've left it to you guys for us to go live. Smash the like button. It's the little things. There we go. Absolutely love that. So IRS is aligned, GPS primary. We haven't got our takeoff data yet. We're waiting for our final load sheets. And the Compton VOR's tuned in there, as well as the ILS back into Birmingham, should we have to turn back. Init A page is done. And the Init B page is almost done. But we need our passengers to hurry. We've got 30 or so passengers left to go. It was a 29-minute boarding time for these folks. Obviously, we've got a couple of stragglers in Wetherspoons, no doubt. This is Monarch Airlines. So we can't do anything with this until we've got the final figures, I guess. But everything else is pretty much ready to go. There's our departure up to Compton. And then onto the Yankee 321 to Newbury, Pepys, Sam, just Southampton's VOR, Ibnib, and then away we go. Spotting Tel Aviv. I've been unable to fly on VATSIM for the last couple of days. Every time I try to connect, I get an authentication failure. Anyone have any ideas? So either check your login details or check your account on the website. Doc, it is auto-tuned. Except for me typing in CPT. I've overwritten it. That's not going to fill out yet. What else do we need to think about? I think that's kind of it. I think we're there. 122.8 for Unicom. We've got all of this bit done and the flight deck doors closed. Transponder's all ready to go, and what we can do now is start the APU. Let's get these sounds from the outside. Oh yes, the window. We've never, oops, fat fingers. We've never actually opened that. Wowzers. That's pretty cool. But it is a cold, rainy day. Let's get it closed. He says, when you're ready. Okay. That's interesting. How do we close the bloody window? Press the little lock button to push it back inside of its window frame. I did press that. Maybe I need to just... Nope. There's a small clip we have to press. Ah! Yeah, buddy! That is sweet. It was going to be another day like yesterday, I thought then. Don't press the button. God. Oh well. At least I entertain you guys. Literally all I had to do is click the pin like you were saying. There we go. Anyway, there's the sounds from the outside. Sounds fabulous, doesn't it? Right, anyway, thank goodness that's locked. Boarded. We haven't got the boarding complete yet. We're almost there. Planned up 162. We could get some plus ones or some stragglers, but 162 was max. Look at that. Maximum takeoff weight. We're right at the top now. Wesley, hello. One more passenger. We're going to get the pop-up boarding complete. Lovely stuff. And then we will start to get our load sheets as well. So, gross weight. There goes the air bridge. Thank you to the ground controller. Zero fuel weight, center of gravity. $59.2. Why am I doing it in such a complicated way? Zero fuel weight, center of gravity. 31.2. We'll let it do its stuff. Yeah, I know, Des. Could you imagine? Block 12.7. Ooh, that's interesting. We've got 12.2 on board. So, quick check of pilot brief. How much are we going to have for diversions and things? We have to have a quick look at that. Make sure we are in limits. And I want to look at the takeoff stuff too. 13.5, 12.04, block fuel 12.2. This is with the Fenix thing anyway. Right. Takeoff fuel 12045. Lovely. Plenty. Let's go to, that's init A, init B. That's done. We need the perf page to be completed now. So, departure performance. UGBB dry. I'm going to put wet because it has been raining. Sync load, final load sheet. Optimum config. Packs will be on. And I want an intersection potentially from... Oh, actually, no intersection because we're going to go and use... we're using 1.5, aren't we? What's G? I have, yeah. I've had lots of crash to desktops. I have no idea when they're going to happen. 136, 149. Look at that for a difference in our rotate speeds. Wow, I've never seen that before. 151. One and up, 0. Flex term 54. And then our thrust reductions, 1306. And 1306. And 1306. What's our takeoff shift? Blank. Lovely stuff. Okay, we're done. Right, we're going to make sure the ground equipment is clear. Onto the Fenix options. Look at this for a rush, folks. That's all on and running as well. We'll come off external power. Seatbelt signs are on as required and everything else is done as well. Let's get the beacon lights switched on. And we want ground surfaces. GPU away. Chocks and cones away. And we're going to connect the tug. NH1009 and it's setting the standby instruments while the tug is just aligning. 136. .136, 149. And 161 for V2 plus 10. I'll just add that in. Oops. Like so. Okay. Yeah, it would be good if we had toolbar pushback, wouldn't it? Oh, 2 minutes to go, I think. Hey, she looks good in the Monarch livery. Oops, there's the interior. Right. Birmingham traffic, Monarch 424, stand 55 left, QNH 1009er, push start facing south. Let's get these sounds, shall we, from the debris. Let's get park and brake off as well, that would help. And ignition mode start, engine number 2. There goes power to the FADEX, engine 2 start. I do wish that they had the ability to draw a line because I find it quite tough. Let's turn. Hopefully the stream sorts itself out. It's showing a high bit rate here for me. Don't make me panic, guys. Oh god, see, pushback's so difficult now, not having the correct bits. There's, you know, having that like map and things. Alright, well that'll do. That's probably the best we're going to get. So let's stop. Pushback tug. We need to start the part brake. Again, that's something that I'd quite like to see them tweak and fix, I think. It looks like engine 2 has started. Couldn't really hear it though. Hear that PTU? Oops. My god. Just listening. Just so we can hear these startup sounds. There's the flaps. Very quiet on the interior, isn't it? Okay, so that's engines 1 and 2. Let's get taxi lights on. APU bleed can come off. Quick check of the overheads again. Just make sure I've got everything set up as required. And we are part brake set, and we've got a company message. Let's go MCDU menu, ATSU, on flying controls full and free. Receive messages, just looking at this as well, I'm clicking around, making sure we've got all the stuff, and there's our final load sheet, so let's accept that as well. Question is, were we on time? I think we were. Oh, yes, 1 minute. Just got to do a quick left and right of the rudders. And a quick one of the brakes. Birmingham traffic, Monarch 424, taxi to hold point Alpha 1 runway 15 via Victor, Delta and Alpha, Birmingham traffic. No rotor fib, I can barely hear anything on the aircraft today, bizarrely. On the outside we can. Keep smashing that like button while you're here, folks, and if you are new to the channel, it's great to have you on board. Please do hit that subscribe button as well. There's our takeoff memos down below there. So auto brake max, signs are on, cabin is shown secure, we've got cabin ready, spoilers can be armed, and the takeoff config, we're going flaps 1 plus F, they are green, so test the config, and eco memos no blue as we make our way around, taxiing almost on idle. There's no options in the EFB, is there, for any of this, right? Like interior sounds and things. RA callouts, units, cabin, airframe. No. Now the question is it connecting to a lot of web systems in here? Bearing in mind my internet, for example, is I've upgraded recently. I've got gigafast uploads of up to 900 meg, guaranteed 512. So speeds wise on my side it seems to be okay, but is it warping a lot of bandwidth and things as well? There's our little pedal disconnect button. So not that it actually does anything for me on my setup. For those of you with tiller settings and things, that's certainly something you could have a little go at clicking. Brett's asking, yeah, you want the analog instruments selected, and then you get the little ball, the standby instrument ball. Ryan, interesting, yeah, weird. Everything's set to maximum. I mean, I've not tweaked any settings compared to the other day, but this seems to be a little bit quieter, doesn't it, on the aircraft side of things. We might hear different in a second. Fairness. Let's go EGBB meta. I think we can get rid of this, can't we? How do I hide this tablet? That one. That one. Like some explain, hello. Just finished my flight from Linate to Gatwick. Very nice. I think I saw you put that earlier on actually, as well. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Thanks for asking. All right. Well, takeoff's been briefed. We've got some pretty high V speeds today, so we might end up using a lot of the runway. Let's get our perf page selected here, and we make sure we get our flight plan legs page on that bit too for the splits. V1 of 136, rotate 149 knots. Miguel, yeah, don't press anything. Yeah, emergency landing gear extension received. Little downhill segment, we'll just let the aeroplane speed up a little bit here. We're still within sort of 30 knots, I believe, which is all good. Here comes our departure. So, Andy says, "Open the window again." Not now. I daren't risk it at the moment. Birmingham traffic, Monarch 424 via Alpha 1, lining up. Runway 15, taking off Compton to Yankee departure, Birmingham traffic. Alright, so through we go. That's a feature of habit there for us. Oh my good grief. Light signs as required. And it's a long old takeoff, so Captain Arkyboy, that's been long known as a sort of the NDU thing. It's been a sort of within the forums over the last couple of months. Wowzers, I overshot that with the tiller, didn't I? We've had NDU off now for about a month on the channel here. Okay. We've got a crosswind, and it was variable, so we don't really know where it's going to be coming from, but 220, which is then to the right, so I'm going to get a little bit of right aileron in, bit of throttle. Now what I will remember to do, get the TCAS on proper. Flex. There's the noise. Takeoff and inhibit, runway, well, SRS runway, and speeds alive. $80 knots. Oh well, look! Would you look at that? We're no sweat the runway length here. Windsock straight across the runway on the right hand side as we pass that. I don't know if you saw it. B1. Rotate. Countering with aileron to keep the wings level with the rudder, and we are airborne, positive rate, gear up. Wahey. Follow the flight directors. And autopilot 1 on. Thrust. Lever climb. Water throttle's active. There's the ding from the gear. And lights are off. Accelerating up to 200, which is our clean speeds for today. Oh, look at that. Different noises in the cabins. Very cool. And into some pretty poopy weather. Look at those aileron deflections there. Absolutely wonderful. Let's get the gear retracted. Sorry, the flaps retracted. There's the animations, and we can disarm the spoilers as well from like a memory item there. And away we go. Back in the flight deck, into IMC, and we're holding that magenta bug for the speed constraint on the Compton 2 Yankee. Max 210 knots here. In fact, yeah, we're good. I could have maybe held off on the flap retraction, actually, thinking about it, because there's our flaps, or our green speeds. But that's fine. We're going to accelerate now to 250. That's smearing us on the windows there. $1,000 to go. Microsoft Q&A tomorrow, I believe. Oh, good grief. And here we come for a bit of acceleration, which is fine. We're going to push through. There's our green speeds, that's fine, and we'll level off up to 6,000. Holding 250 knots. Oh, that noise. There's a little green bug, our progress on the SID. You can see max 250 at Compton, 6,000. I'm actually going to fly the SID properly today and adhere to these constraints. I'd like to explain, do you think the T-Flight HOTAS full kit by Thrustmaster is any good? That's the one I had before this. I've now got the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight, so if you are in the business or the throes of obtaining a new setup, I can highly recommend this. Let's risk going outside. That noise, wonderful. There's Compton. Actually, it's in over 40 miles, so we're not going to stay at 6,000 that long. Let's do cruiser flight level 350 today, isn't it? Flight level 350. I'll quickly jot that down because we're kind of playing ATC as well. We'll do flight level 170. Little flash of the ECAM there. Matthew's got the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight as well. Absolutely love it. Works on any aircraft, yeah, without any faff. Even this, all I had to do was follow the calibration in here for the throttles, and it works a treat. By the way, if you are calibrating your throttles, let's go standard pressure. Standard pressure. If you are calibrating the throttles in here, you want to set your null zones to 5, and what it does is it gives you a little bit more of a click spot, like on the fly-by-wire. Oh, hello. Nav burrow discrepancy. Yes, gotcha. Thank you. Keep forgetting the first officer displays. Do you prefer the A320 by Fenix or the A320 Neo by fly-by-wire? Well, I think this is a little bit more advanced, or quite a bit more advanced. So on that basis, I absolutely love this for what it is. But I love the fly-by-wire A32NX as well. I find the cabin lighting extremely dim in this, though. That's the only thing. Everything's on max at the moment, but look how sort of dark it all is. But then I think that's more the bloom setting inside Microsoft Flight Simulator than anything else. Let's unstart these. We don't need them anymore. We don't need to save them. And actually now we can click that little button there and we can clear off the EFB and hide it for now. We don't need it. Dock, yeah, quite a bit of pea soup down below. I was hoping for some rain though, I have to be honest. Yeah, seatbelt signs off, and here's one of my custom views. No, it's not. That's not it either. There we go. So we got the seatbelt signs off now in the cabin as well, as you can see. And away we go. For now at least, safely, we hope. Zato, absolutely, and this sim wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for the Flabberwire team. Dusty's going from Gatwick. Got plenty of rain, lovely. Jacob, no, leave them on until after takeoff and after vacating the runway. Obviously, you go through sort of 10,000 feet, make sure all of your lights are off as required. By the way, I have released, like I did with the 737 checklist, the PMDG 737, I made that little checklist to put it on flightsim.to. Done the same with the Fenix A320, so do check that out. Why don't I try doing long haul flights? Because the sim just isn't stable enough for it. Quick little sit rep. Level at 17 again. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. The new Headwind A330 has got some great runway updates to it now, supporting the stable version of the Flabberwire 0.8.1 within the A330. Captain Arky Boy, well, that would be quite cool, but it'd be a lot of polygons. And thus even more of a performance hit, and there are quite a few people reporting performance problems with this at the moment as it is, so who knows. And the Fly Life Studio banner's broken, of course it has. It wouldn't be a stream if it didn't happen. There we go. Let me just put the new departure and stuff in. GCLP MON 424. Bang. There we go. What would you rate the Fenix A320 out of 10? Ooh, that's a big question. Probably like a 8 or a 9. There's still a lot to learn with it. I love the immersion. I love the delay codes. I love the countdown on the EFB. I mean, the EFB is just stunning. It's absolutely fantastic, and it looks and sounds brilliant. The things I'm not sure about is the stability of having the additional program running alongside of it outside the sim. But also, it's missing a weather radar like the PMDG 737 is as well. So we've got to bear that in mind as well. Yeah, time to go, 4 hours 15. We've got a cost index of 50 though. Once we get into the cruise, I mean this is just our descent speed at the moment. Sorry, our climb speed at the moment, but we'll flying pretty quick shortly. Any more tutorials coming with this? Buddy asks Jacob, saying I love your tutorials. Is there anything specific you'd like to see about this aircraft for a tutorial? So obviously I've done quite a few for the 737 now. We could almost call this mood lighting, couldn't we? I've sat on that seat many a times, that jump seat, and it is ruddy cramped. Well, Flight Sim explained, yeah, no weather radar with this because they're waiting, like PMDG, like all the other developers. They're pretty much waiting for Asobo to release their data at the moment. Let's check the pressurization of the cabin. Having altitude 6,100. Ah, going up 500 foot per minute. And we're passing Compton with a right turn. Paul, yeah, you can. Curtis says, wouldn't mind an RNAV tutorial. I'll have a little look into it when I get a chance. See, we were going through Compton there, and it was holding the speed constraint of 250 knots, which was my bad, really. I should have intervened, a bit of speed intervention. Matthew says, how is the Fenix A320 to set up compared to the A320X? Is it any harder? I haven't made the push to buy it yet because I worry it's more study level like the PMDG. Yeah, so Matthew, it is similar levels of complexity to the PMDG 737 in the Airbus sense, if that makes sense to you. But what it does is it imports a lot of stuff from SimBrief for you. So let's have a little look here. So in the wind, you can do wind request. So we've requested our climb winds, and then the next phase would be our descent winds. There's our cruise winds there as well, and our descent winds. So we've requested all of that. That's gone into the aircraft sort of data. It is easier than a Boeing because it's an Airbus, and it does a lot of stuff for you. And the SAR, yes. Do not click any buttons, especially this one down here, the emergency gear extension. I've got a habit of clicking that, haven't I? Apparently. Okay, we've got 10,000 or 11,000 kilograms of fuel. So Sam is coming up as a POR. Well, I thought you press that button there and it gets you the EFB. Is it something else entirely different? Now there's something that I'm going to expect you guys will know the answer to, and I've obviously not. How'd you get the EFB back? Will I be getting the 737-600? Good question, I'm not sure, Oh yes, close the shade. Good shout. It's little things like that. It's fantastic, isn't it? Right, what was I doing? Pilot brief, and I want to look at the fuel quantities at Southampton. 10.7. Estimated fuel on board. Where is it? Sam? Yeah, 10.7. And we are 8.3. Captain Nike Boy saying, do you think Volanta has something to do with your crash to desktop? When I'm flying in the PMDG, when the weather updates on Volanta, MSFS freezes momentarily. It's a good question. I'm not sure entirely what the answer to that is. 10.7. That's bang on. Absolutely bang on. Now we have been a little inefficient with our climb, haven't we, as well? So we've got to watch this as we go further through into the flight. We've got to watch this. All right, let's risk external view again. So the visual effects of the wings, that's something I have actually raised with Fenix. I've asked them please look into it because it's a little bit messy looking. You can kind of see the airflow around the wings, around the body of the aircraft. It's a little bit weird to look at. So that's something we would like to see improved. And look at the... I'm going to just get out of that view for a minute. Do you see the winglets there, the actual sort of wing fences? They're kind of doubled. It was really bizarre. Kurt, I've had quite a lot of memory error crash to desktops. Yes, I suspect it's something to do with FSUIPC7. But then Dursey2 was saying there, incidentally, he hasn't had any of the CTDs that we've described. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've actually done. So it reverted back to saying defaults on the system, which obviously is not what we necessarily wanted. So I've actually changed that to the actual specific speaker settings instead. Buddy Funkster, when I'm on approaching the Fenix, throttles keep going to Toga. Is that because of alpha floor safety? Yeah. It sounds there like you're doing something slightly wrong and it's triggering alpha floor and then toga lock, thrust lock. Marius has turned off SFUIPC7 and after that has had no crashes. Yeah, I was getting a lot with the previous version, 7.3.3, but I found last week there was an update to 7.3.4 which I didn't have, so I've updated that again. Who knows? Fingers crossed, hopefully that will be the solution to our problems. Like Sim explains, says when you think about your viewers, where do you think they watch from? So actually half of the majority watch from the United States and the other half of the majority watch from the UK, but I know from analytics that we're looking at viewers from across the world, and I can read out a couple of numbers to you actually if you guys are interested. Almost at 19,000 subscribers by the way, so thank you very much. So audience wise, 25 to 34 year olds is the biggest group, of which I fall into myself as well. The United States in the last 28 days are my top viewers, followed by the UK, so 20% of viewers are from the US, 15.2% from the UK, followed by 7.4% from Germany, and 4.5% from the Netherlands, and then it goes on to Australia at 3.9% as they're the top 5. John, hello buddy. How's it all going? Okay so far, touch wood. Don't want to jinx outside external view too much though. James is watching from the bathtub. Interesting image. Hopefully not on a computer or a laptop. Don't drop it if you are. Calls from Australia, good evening to you. Kurt says, crap, I'm old in here. Well, actually, if it's any consolation, let me get the older sort of audience figures as well, because the second oldest group are 35 to 44 at 19% of the viewer group, followed by 45 to 54 years, 15.6%, and 10% being 55 to 64-year-olds. And then 18 to 24 make up 20% of the viewership. 7.2% 65 and over, and then 2.4% 13 to 17. Doc wants to know how many viewers in percentage are from Thailand. Let's see if I can work out how to find out for you. Top geographies. Doesn't actually give me the ability to see on the mobile app. Alberto, I think you are one of the only ones from Chile. You're certainly the only channel member from Chile. Like some explainers watching from Laos, fantastic. It's super cloudy. It's very stormy at the moment, at least in this part of the world. Toga Virtual, welcome to you. Going well, thank you for asking. I hope you're okay. Look at that super heat blur. Interesting visual effect. Perhaps I'll move the camera elsewhere. There we go. Saudi Arabia's very low numbers, I think. I'm not sure. I can't. Many viewers from New Zealand. What if it'll tell me in the stream? No, it doesn't, sadly. I know what I can do. I can log into my YouTube studio via my phone and I can find out the answers to you guys' questions. Some more of those percentages like Thailand and things like that. Mikhail says, made 2 legs in the 737 today, Stansted to Copenhagen and then Brussels to Stansted. Very nice. Old school Monarch Toga indeed. Alright, analytics. David, interesting. Comm frequency keeps changing on me in the PMDG. Ronnie's asking how many frames am I getting. This is not as silky smooth as the PMDG, but I am getting my locked 35 frames per second at the moment. So yeah, certainly very, very good indeed. Let's deep dive them numbers for you guys. So we've seen the top 5. Let's go further. Somebody asked about Thailand. Ooh, it's down the list. So Thailand viewers make up 0.5% of the viewer numbers on the channel here. Fantastic. Chile, 0.1%, Alberto. Check that out. Albert, I'm going to get you a rare cap. Somebody asked about Saudi Arabia, that's 0.2% of the viewers group as well. Ukraine, 0.1% of the viewership. Love Slava Ukraine. And New Zealand, 0.6% of the viewers. Laos, it doesn't tell me. Yeah, it doesn't tell me. Miguel, the number 1 viewer group is the United States. They also almost watch for the longest time, but Australian and Norwegian viewers tune in for the longest time frames over live streams and video content, followed by the US, followed by the UK, then the US viewership. Quite interesting digging through this. Mikael wants to know Denmark's position. 0.9% of the viewers. Australia's in the top 5. It's 5th highest group of viewers, which is nice to know. FlightSim, yeah, very, very possible you're the only person from Laos tuning in. FlightSim Explain. Welcome. It's good to have you here. What's my favourite livery in the Fenix Sim? Options. Jacob says his is possibly the Classic Air Lingus version. Yeah, that's quite a cool livery, isn't it? I think my favourite one that's included at the moment is probably... Ooh, that's a tough question. It's probably going to be something like Air 2000. Or the old school Monarch, actually. Obviously, we've got the more modern variant of the Monarch Airlines livery. Double wing fence there. There's definitely some weird model stuff going on with the way this is actually living in the world. Double wing fence there again. There's our big fat CFM contrails. Andy says, got to say I found your voices one of the easier to listen to for simming YouTubers. Some of them just drive me insane. I have to turn off after 5 minutes of their slightly odd delivery. Thank you. Thank you. Nick, I'd wager the US viewers are often watching at work, which would explain why they watch for the longest period of time. That's my excuse at least. Fantastic. Oh, no worries, buddy. Have a good one. How we're doing here? What's our next waypoint at Bomo? We'll keep an eye on that, but look at that whopper of a crosswind. 54 knot crosswind straight across the aeroplane. So we're facing that way, but our track is actually taking us off that direction there. So our camera view as it is at the moment is where the aeroplane is going. You can see where the nose is facing. So it's facing the heading and it's tracking in line with where the camera is at the moment. Alberto, always here for the giggles and the baseball caps. Ron van der Sar, why do some people have the logo behind their names in green? That's because they're channel members. They've joined the channel as a bronze, silver or gold frequent flyer to support the stream monthly with a monthly membership. So that's what that means, and the colours go through how long they've been a member. So Alberto, for example, has been a member for over 12 months, which is amazing, hence his full colour logo. Gav, I think the blue is over 2 months, I believe. G'day, Lindsay. Bob, go Aussies. Yeah, I've got to say, I've got this Fenix aircraft matched to the GPU for the way the screens render. I've actually got the screens rendering on performance over quality, hence they're a little pixelated, but then they are on the CEO anyway, a little bit blurred, pixelated from the ones I've seen in real life. So I've personally found performance for streaming very good. Perhaps maybe on the stream output a little bit laggy because it's having to render everything through the CPU as well in a way, but at least on my end it certainly seems okay. Jacob, I've always wondered who named waypoints, like some of them are just completely random. But the ones in Australia, sorry, the ones in America, a lot of the stars and SID waypoints are named by the controllers, which is why you'll then get like fans of Star Wars name Jedi, Vader, that sort of thing. Oh, Andy's going for his favourite being the old retro Lufthansa livery. His dad worked for them and it was an awesome airline in the 80s. First class used to serve beer from the barrel and carve pork direct onto the plate. That's incredible, in the 80s as well, that they held on to that. That's very cool. Ryan, good evening to you over in Australia. Thanks for joining us at this rather late hour for you. So if you've not seen it, let me just bring up window capture. I'm going to bring up my Fenix checklist that I've uploaded yesterday onto flightsim.to. It's free to download for everybody. You don't have to use it for Osprey Airways, but it has been sort of branded up as that for when that livery does arrive. But here we go. So this is the Airbus A320 normal procedure checklist that I've created as a summary across 2 pages, which you can use for your own A320 experience, whether it be in the Fenix A320, which is what it's designed for, or indeed the Neo. But it will go through pre-flight before start checks all the way down to radio set, and then it will go engine start, so it will be making sure all the ground equipment's away and your push start, beacon light goes on, and then away you go. And then a bit of taxi, pre-departure, takeoff checks, and then after takeoff, descent, approach and landing. It shows you how much less there is to do compared to that of the Boeing. And it didn't actually show up for you guys, I don't think, so let's refresh it. There we go. Yes, it says Fenix A320 at the top, but you can use it for the Flabberwhite A32NX if you wish as well, and it will cover everything you need to at least give you a bit of a reminder for stuff. And I've added the little takeoff central gravity trim position scales at the bottom too, which seem to be a feature in the Airbus checklists of current. So feel free to download it on flightsim.to. It's free, it's available for everybody to use just across 2 easy to use pages. A few people like Mikhail have been finding them quite useful, at least for the 737, and printed them off into a display sort of laminate format. Yeah, well, welcome. Nick, does the Fenix come with any checklists, and how's the documentation with it? So in here, it is in pilot brief documents. So there's a normal checklist. So you can use this one instead if you wish. Even more summarised, literally on 1 page. And then there's the Fenix user guide, which is the documentation included in the aircraft. And there's a lot of information on here. Render displays on, for example, page 5. There we go. So it'll tell you to ensure that different system setups can run Fenix smoothly. We've given users the option to have the displays in the A320 cockpit displayed by either the CPU or the GPU, depending on where your available computing power is. You can then optimize your sim performance. And then it says, if you're not sure, activate dev mode in the sim to just basically help decide which one is your bottleneck and which one you can use it on. And then it will walk you through some of the calibrations as well for different options here, and it will talk you through the EFB. It is a remarkable bit of kit that Fenix have created here. I'm very much enjoying it. 87 nautical miles to a BOMO, so in fact it was in pilot brief. There we go, a BOMO, 9.3 kilos of fuel, tons that is. So 700 to burn, 84 nautical miles, we'll see what we get when we get there. Interesting. So it doesn't look like that's actually doing anything. We should leave it on the fuel page. It's a rather handy page to have it on. Mark says, so the $100 question is, better to spend my hard-earned cash on the PMDG 737 or the Fenix A320? Right, yeah, that is a big question, isn't it? It depends if you love Airbus over Boeing. If you're all about Airbus, Fenix, hands down, the best choice. But for me, having used both, and I've used the PMDG 737 for quite a while now, obviously with previews thanks to PMDG as well, I would probably say out of the two, the PMDG 737 is my favourite. There is a lot more to do manually with the aeroplane. The level of simulation is probably the same. But because it's a Boeing, there's a bit more immersion, there's a bit more depth, and there's a bit more required from the pilot to get it to do what you want it to do, basically. So I'm probably a big fan of the 737 more so than the A320, because you've already got the fly-by-wire A320X, and then in the future you could potentially wait. However, on the flip of that is you've got to then decide which variant of the 737 you want. Do you want the 700, which is what we're enjoying at the moment, or do you want to wait for something like the 800 or the 900 variants in the future? In which case, if you're going to get both anyway, it'd probably be better to fly this and then upgrade to the 800 737 in the near future. Anthony, good morning. Cosmo, good morning. Doc has got an NVIDIA driver update at the moment. We've obviously changed our driver to the studio driver version instead of the game driver. Mogtachi, yeah, absolutely. It's a Boeing 737. There's a lot of old tech in there as well, a lot of more manual things like the cabin pressurization systems, hydraulics for the gear. You can't just go gear up, you've got to then turn the system off after that as well. And you've got to feed the FMS with even more data. Same with ILS and things too. You've got to manually tune the frequencies, manually tune the course for it to fly it properly. So there is a lot more to the 737. Certainly if you're looking to learn it, you'll find it very, very rewarding indeed. Hmm. 56. Just watching this fuel burn here. Attempts to go direct Boulder. Is it just me flying the route today as well? Can't see anyone else flying along. There's a TCAS alert for an aircraft. Level, possibly also going to a BOMO. There's something we need to keep an eye on. Only 20 miles out off the right hand side, so probably can't see him through the visor. Or outside of the visor either in that sense. Still a little far out. Yeah, I think if you're looking to get one or the other, then I'm loving both, but I'm absolutely loving the PMDG 737 just because of all of the extra stuff that I've had to learn just to be able to fly it. Whereas this, you can carry over very easily from the A320X. Ian says I'm a long way back. Whoa, get clacking then, step on it. Badger says he's behind us. Black 919 is behind us as well. David A. We've got Gavin Ian flying along as well. Good stuff. Alright, well we shall not go direct to crew on board 983. As long as we're over, we'll be happy. We are battling one heck of a crosswind though for this, as it stands at the moment. Let's go to that view for a bit. Just to enjoy. Yeah, well, if I may ask, do you recommend some particular sensitivity settings from the TCA side stick and rudder pedals? I'm used to the to list, but I'm drifting during takeoff. Interesting. I don't have the TCA, sadly, so I don't really know, but there's a few folk in the live chat that can probably help you with that. Down under Sep, hello to you. So I did quite a lot of stuff, and I'm not really sure what has fixed it, but we have had a couple of random crashed desktops just by moving around in the external drone camera, which is a bit weird. Not sure of the problems with that or the cause of that. But I changed my NVIDIA graphics driver from the game ready driver to the studio driver. I then uninstalled FSU IPC7 completely, made sure there were no files left hanging anywhere. Especially in the sim folders for FSU IPC7. I then reinstalled FSU IPC7 with the very latest version, which I think is 7.3.4 at the moment, unless it's been updated again since, so always keep that up to date. And then I deleted the content XML file inside the sim folder too, so I basically forced it to create a new content XML folder instead. Hopefully that helps. What else did I do? I think that's pretty much it. I did a lot of other stuff, but it didn't solve the problem for me, including purchasing new RAM. So don't bother buying more RAM if you get the memory pop up, guys. Even if you failed the mem test 86 like we did, which suggested there could have been some problems. But yeah, I've got a sneaky suspicion my problems could have been linked to FSU IPC7. Like some explain, it's 2 o'clock UK time at the moment, British summer time, or 13:07 Zulu UTC. Jeff, have I tried the autopilot controller with the Fenix at all? Just wondering. No, I haven't actually, to be honest. I'm kind of just waiting to see what comes out of the profiles. I think I was trying to run as little as possible with the issues that we've been having with with the sim doing the memory crash. Obviously, those of you who saw the video with the autopilot controller, the physics autopilot controller, that's Jeff's product. That's Jeff's little baby. And I've not yet tried it with the PMDG 737 or the Fenix A320, but there have been a couple of folk in the community create the autopilot controller profiles for it. So as it stands at the moment, you can now use it with the Fenix A320, but I think I'm right in saying the displays don't work because of the way that Fenix have locked down the actual simulation of their product, if that makes sense. And there's some tweaks being made at the moment to try and get it working nicely with the PMDG 737 too. Oh yeah, down under SEP. Another big one. This potentially was the solution for a lot of people's crashed desktops, and it may well have actually improved mine as well. Inside the sim settings from either the Sim Update 9 update or the hotfix for it, at some point the simulator for some reason changed its settings. Let's do a quick fuel check because I think that is our waypoint now. It is Ibomo 9.67 and it wants 9.3. Lovely. We are burning slightly less than we need. Thank goodness. So yeah, go into your sim settings, go into the sound section of the MSFS settings, and you want to then check to make sure on your Windows sound settings you want to get what your defaults are set to, and then find those exact names for your Windows default sound settings, and then put them into the two sound settings inside MSFS, because they'd reverted back to the words default, or the values of default, and that was causing a conflict within Windows and the sim, apparently causing a lot of people to get the crash to desktop, which is insane, because something so trivial like that shouldn't cause the sim to crash, but apparently it does. And for a lot of people, they've said that if you actually go into those settings and tweak that little bit of sound, set the specific names for the outputs, it will basically solve the problem for you. Weird little stutter there. Now, with my sim being quite unstable, as it is for hundreds of people in the forums at the moment, this flight today, this stream, is a bit of a test. This is the furthest I've flown in a long time in the sim, flight time wise, with a brand new aircraft. So we're kind of testing the Fenix A320 on my system to the max, but also testing the sim at the moment to really see if I've minimised the risk of crash to desktop too. Who knows? Hopefully, touch wood, we'll be okay. We'll get all the way to the other side. We'll still have lots of frames left. Flight Sim Explain, I did just answer that same question. Oops, indeed. Do check out all of our channel merchandise as well. If you are tuning in for the first time, we've got loads of different products, phone cases to stickers to baseball caps, the whole shebang. We've got some awesome USA flag stickers, vinyl print stickers, laser cut, that are on offer with a little subtle nod to the channel included in it as well. But also we've got, what I've done is I've outcut the layout of London Heathrow and Manchester airports. I've turned those into laser cut vinyl stickers too, which are cool. So I'll pin the Heathrow sticker in the live chat so you can have a little look. Like some explain what's your favourite aviation themed movie. Yours is Sully, mine's Top Gun. I'm really looking forward. I haven't yet seen the new Top Gun. I think it's out already, isn't it? So yeah, definitely need to see that. But I've watched the original Top Gun hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times over the years. Max, you know what? Initially, I was quite against mandatory updates, or sorry, I was quite against optional updates instead. But now, with the recent experience of Sim Update 9 and its hotfix and everything else causing so many problems, I'm pretty much at the stage now where I completely agree with you. I would like the option to not update as well to be included, because as of late, these Sim updates have just been carnage. Helicoptero, welcome on board. We're on the way over, well, between French and Spanish airspace, I think. Airplane. Hilarious stuff, Matthew, indeed. That's why we got Otto in there as well. Badger, yeah, we got the freeware version. I don't think the payware version gives you much difference anyway, but I might be wrong. It's over the Bay of Biscay now. Oh yeah, Badger, LAC 919. And then, oh okay, I've spotted Gav as well, Osprey 722. He's just over Sambro at the moment. Oh, I can see Speedbird 2472 all the way back there. It's just departed. Oh, miles away. Do a direct to Boulder, whoever that is. Is that Ian all the way back there? Andy, his favourite aviation-related movie is definitely 7500. Whoever was a technical advisor on that movie must have been an Airbus pilot. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of that movie. Doc, I can still see your messages, buddy. Out of curiosity, God, Monarch is a throwback and a half. I know, absolutely, isn't it? I was going to use the old Bumblebee style livery as well. That kind of battleship style, older version, proper retro Monarch paint. Days of the Diamond Service. But figured I'd go a little bit new style, go purple. Martin says, hey man, love your content, keep going, cheers. You're most welcome, thanks for tuning in as well and being part of the channel. Really appreciate all of you guys being here with us while we do live streams and being active in the comments during videos, watching all of our content. Really appreciate it. Obviously you guys know a lot of work goes into creating stuff for you, so I really do appreciate that you enjoy it. John, pity they didn't make a Carry On Flying. You know what, yesterday and the blooper from the other day as well, I'd imagine we could pull something together to create a version of that, couldn't we? To be fair, Ian, you could probably, well, depending on if you have the fuel for it, you could probably get right up to the speed tape. You could do Mach decimal 8.1 perhaps, and be right at the top here, the barber pole. We are living life on the Unicorn. Oh wowzers, hello. When did I not click that? So there's a lot of really subtle things in this that you don't get in the fly-by-wire aircraft, like the headset in the background here, added in. And the detail into the seat as well is pretty spectacular, isn't it? I think they, am I right in saying they did like a laser thing to get it all done? There's the landing gear extension. I will not press the red button because it will extend the gear at gravity extension. Fire extinguisher, the little key down there, which I think is the dip locker, I believe, for diplomatic stuff that's carried on board. Now we've got smoke hood. I mean, look at the beauty of the panel there. Obviously, none of them pop, but I'm not bothered about that. And there's the screen for the. Oh, hello. What does that do? Oh. So is there a button for camera? There is. Doesn't do anything though. No, it doesn't do anything. That's a shame. That would have been quite cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, Jeff, I daren't press it though. Daren't press it. You know what'll happen? It'll be like yesterday, and we'll have to go all the way back to. We'll have to fly all the way to Las Palmas or something, divert into Bilbao, just to get it rectified, which we don't want to do. Anthony says, how are you liking the aircraft so far? Now you've flown it a few times. Loving it. Loving the system depth, actually. My biggest thing that I'm really enjoying from this is just the EFB. I think it's a remarkable bit of work from the team. And I absolutely am loving it so far. There's our route, and you can see we're 25% of the way there. And I love how it all updates. Ah, John, no worries, buddy. You could always fly to Madeira and pass underneath us, perhaps. But it all depends on timing. So we've got 2 hours, 37 minutes to go, apparently. Look at that for standard time of departure. You know what? I was aiming for bang on sort of on-time performance today, and I'm really pleased that we managed to push a minute before. Very happy with that. And there's our live mass and balance as we are burning fuel. Gross weight is reducing there, 5 figures of course. And the centre of gravity will slowly move around. Obviously at takeoff, you'll remember it was right up here near the maximum takeoff weight for our takeoff today. Slowly bleeding down towards our maximum landing weights, and we'll be within limits by the time we get anywhere near Gran Canaria. What I quite like was this passenger list. There are some horrendous names: Winifred Pepper, Idaline Lengel, and a part of me thinks that some of these have got to be little Easter eggs somewhere. Key corporate. Status blue, silver as well, Michelle Cheney. We've got our status as well, we can see how important they are. Wheelchair. And, Gilda Penelope, first name and last name. It's got to be randomly generated, surely. There's a +1 with an infant there, Mia Hannigan. It's quite cool. You can read through and you can find out little bits of information like the crew would have in the back of the aircraft as well, the cabin crew, with who's got certain status and whether they've got +1 with an infant or not. Then the crew would go down and obviously give them an infant seatbelt as well. There's the toilet light, see if the toilet's in use. These circuit breakers work. We've got to be careful of these. Okay, now we've turned it on. It doesn't do anything. That's fine. Perhaps it wasn't an option on this particular aircraft. We put the GPS on as well, so we can see our waypoints north and west, so longitude, latitude. And if we want to as well, we can whack out the old sun visor. Oh. I mean, look how close that is. That's a bit better, isn't it? Anthony, did you also know that you can click the seats for that info? Right. Can we now? Are you joking? Are you winding me up? I'm not getting any click spots here. But how's that for a, oops. I'll just do this. How's that for a view, folks? Look at that. Wing fence in the background. So we swivel to the other side. See what we've got here. Oh, he means in the EFB. Fair enough. Cam, hello to you, welcome. Flight Sim Explained says, do you know that the A320 for Aerosoft Flight Sim 22 is actually as realistic as the Fenix and it's for mobile? Never heard of it. I know Aerosoft are trying to create the A320, but also they're looking into the A222. John, Be careful, those click spots at the rear of the cabin can cause the parachute to deploy. It is currently the best cabin in all of Flight Sim at the moment, yeah, absolutely. Though PMDG have said that they are going to upgrade their cabin on the 737 to a high-res version in the near future, and I'd imagine that will be done by the time the 800 is ready for release. So I'm very much looking forward to checking that out. Let's go and click that button in the EFB. Let's get rid of that because that's a little bit in the way. Oh yeah, very cool. Look at that. Straight away found the gold member. Funnily enough, this is not too dissimilar to the way I've structured our channel memberships. Blue, bronze, silver and gold. Lovely. Delphenia Painter, gold member in business. Welcome on board. Next waypoint Boulder, 9120. The thing is, we spend most of our time in the flight deck, don't we? Let's face it, but it is certainly nice to have the ability to go into the cabin every now and again. But what I also love is the complexity to the textures on just the seats alone. I mean, look how fantastic the seat texturing is. It is quite remarkable what they've been able to do. And for those of you who haven't seen a few of the bits down the back here, there's the crash axe, by the way. And the fire gloves. How did we get this out yesterday? Or the other day? I can't remember. There appears to be no clip. Could we work this out last time? I can't remember. Doc wants to see the prog page. Of course you can, buddy. Let's go in here. Doink. There we go. Optimum flight level 340. So we're not far off our optimum cruise either, actually. And if we look at, I don't know, let's see. We can pick a waypoint. Samar, which is the star. Showing us we're 968 nautical miles to go. Progress report, I've never tried any of this. Oh, look at this. How's that, Doc? You fold the top, click the top near the seatbelt. Ah, okay. Oh, but you can't fold the seat down. That's what I'm trying to do. How can you sit on a chair otherwise? There we go, let's fold that away anyway, we don't need that one up. This one's in the wall, or possibly one of the most uncomfortable jump seats ever. Again, no way to fold that out. That's fine, obviously the flight deck door opens and closes too. With a nice noise actually to it, a really good click. Should step climb to 380 at Boulder and flight 390 at Abupi. Why do I need to do that? Should be okay at this, shouldn't I? Fozzie, hello buddy. Member for 5 months, bronze frequent flyer. Thank you very much for all of your support. Great to have you tune in today. Welcome. This is where your ACARS would work in, by the way. So if you've got hoppies and you've added the hoppy into the Fenix program, and there was a, say for example, we had Lisbon control coming up soon, we could connect and send a notification thing off to them, and then the ACARS up here would then work too. And I've yet to be able to actually use it so far. Right, yeah, the oxygen test buttons do work. There you go. There is a lot to explore in this aeroplane, that's for sure. Because that's what the real flight did. Interesting. I'm not sure my SimWings flight plan has calculated the step climb into it though, that's the only thing. Bolts in 20, so let's get ready for a fuel update, fuel check. That is in, on the drop down, pilot brief. Boulder, isn't it? Yes, and then we're entering the Madrid FIR at that point. Oh, Ryan, I wish. It's a no espresso, isn't it? Which is quite cool. Wolf Dog, welcome. So Boulder, it's saying we need 8.3 tons of fuel on board. We've got 8.9 at the moment, so we'll probably be at 8.8 by the time we cross Boulder in 18 miles, at the least. Or even just 8.9, in fact. Loads of fuel. Now, Ian, here's a question. Are you flying the Fenix A320 yourself? In which case, I wonder if I can send you a message on the AOC sort of thing. Yeah, we've definitely got loads of fuel. ATSU. AOC. It's not going to allow us to send any messages, but that's fine. If we were delayed, we could go into here. We can add in the delay codes with optional bit of free text, for example, to send to ops to say while we're delayed. We'll get an arrival message generated when we appear as well, and we can select how much fuel and everything we need for the next flight number as well, and then whether or not we want on the stand a GPU and all that sort of thing for our arrival, which is quite cool as well. And there's our secondary flight plan as well. Should we have to divert for any reason, we can initialize it as well and get it all working. I'm going to clear that. It's going to then auto-populate as we fly along to the nearest VORs. You'll see them tracking away. When you fly higher, do you spend more or less fuel? I think actually you use less fuel, don't you? Trying to remember now. Yeah, I think you step climb as you get lighter, so you use less fuel because the air is less dense. Alright, well let's do step to flight level 380 then, and then 390 as Doc's asking for. So we want 380 initially. . We have a slow climb up to flight level 380, and then we'll go up to its cruise of 390 at the top. There is an option for step climbs in SimBrief, yeah, but I noticed when I generated the route today, it was trying to get me to cruise at flight level 250, which is rather weird, so I ended up specifying a cruise altitude instead, and then it doesn't factor in steps. Now what will be interesting is to see if we get the MCDU message at the bottom saying new cruise altitude, 38,000 feet. Keep smashing that like button, folks, as well. If we can get to 100 by the time we reach the coast, that would be awesome. We'll try and target 200 by the time we arrive as well. When we get closer... Oh yeah, the real question is whether the aircraft can get up to flight level 380. That's a good point, Doc. I think you said the real aircraft was a 757, wasn't it? So I don't really know why we're trying to replicate that, because it's obviously Boeing's can do better at higher altitudes. Yeah, cruise flight level above maximum flight level, so it's struggling, to be honest. Let's do 370. Now what's interesting is look how narrow that flight envelope is now. Bearing in mind our current airspeed is 255 knots, our minimum clean speed is now 240 knots, which is crazy. So we've probably stepped as high as we can step now. And it's given us the information, new cruise altitude, flight level 370, 37,000 feet. It's updated it in the nav data as well, which is quite cool. And on our prog page, cruise flight level 370, optimum's 340 though, so... And then the max 371. There is the Spanish coast. 5 more likes to get to 100. Clicky, clicky, clicky. Oh, you're trying to replicate a Chewy 738. Well, but the thing is though, Boeing's can do better at higher altitudes. That's one of the big things, the big positives with the Boeing aircraft. Now here's a question, do we risk going to external drone camera to get a picture of the coast as we make our way in? I think I might. If we get a ruddy crash to desktop, we'll deal with it. Look at the gates, the wing gates moving and flickering, it's a bit weird. How's that for a screenshot? Yeah, boy! Alright, we'll stay at 370. Maximum. That's, we're pushing the aircraft anyway. That's the view we want. $100 likes, thanks guys, amazing. And the differences between the NG and the Max. Yeah, the Max engines are absolutely huge on the 737 Max, which is why they've had to go forwards and up, which has then changed the way the central gravity works, the way the aircraft works. Hence then MCAS having to be added to the aircraft too. And interestingly, the A320neo has a similar issue with the tendency to pitch up on takeoff and things like that. So they too have had to add in a number of different safety features to prevent it from pitching up too high during takeoff. But Airbus have implemented that within their already fantastic fly-by-wire system. Craig, hello buddy, I'm back, and after 2 hours of sim issues, finally in the air and back in the chase. Wow, fantastic. What are you flying in and from and to? You joining us from somewhere like Bilbao or something? Doc's asking a good question there. Perhaps it's an Airbus thing. What makes flight level 340 optimum even though it's lower than the max altitude? Probably with wind calculations and all that sort of stuff involved too. With all the wing data considered and everything else considered, perhaps maybe that is what the aircraft has calculated as the optimum cruise altitude. I've got to say, the Fenix A320 is remarkably good. Even a little splatter of screenshots as we fly along at the moment. We are now passing, well, over there actually, that city block over there is Santander, I think. Or it's either that or it's Gijon. I think it's Gijon actually, Santander's further up. Looking at Valanta, yeah, it looks to be Gijon. So our next waypoint is Abupi, and at Abupi we're then into Portuguese airspace. Camp Cross Country, hello buddy. What's shaking? Well, every now and again we're getting a little stutter, so the sim is obviously shaking a little bit. Which is weird. Have you watched 2020 Simmers YouTube videos to update graphics? No, I've not actually. Don't know who that is. Unless it's someone linked me to something the other day. So I haven't watched it yet. Oh, Dwell, hello buddy. Top bar's frozen again, has it? Fly Live Studio. What a load of rubbish. Let's give it a. It's a good job Fly Live Studio is free, isn't it? I wouldn't want to pay for it. The second time we've refreshed it now. EG BB GCLP. Or we're not Osprey today. 424. There we go. So you can see with the density altitude, the actual pressure altitude for real is 37,607 feet. Craig, Fenix, British Airways ops from Gatwick, lovely. Had multiple issues, got it sorted, then pressed Alt F4 by accident. Oh no. Anthony, welcome buddy. Fantastic. Joining us today as a gold frequent flyer on the channel. It's great to have you on board with us. Thank you very much for choosing to support the stream with a membership. It's really appreciated. Make sure, of course, as well to link your Discord account with your YouTube account, and it will get you into the members lounge and the gold frequent flyer Concord lounge too. Ryan, when you land and spoilers are up, have a look at the wings when you retract. You can see the mechanical arms through the spoilers as they're retracting. That sounds amazing. Don't let me forget that. I will have a look when we land. That sounds awesome. Andy, you're flying over the Picos. This is a few years ago, an astonishing landscape and great for an acrobat plane. I mean, it does look stunning down below, doesn't it? It's nice sometimes, but the beauty of this is it's managed cruise, managed speed, managed everything in an Airbus. So you can spend a lot of time just sat in the window view, kind of, you know, watching that sort of virtual world go by. You get an appreciation for the world around you, don't you? With these sort of views. And obviously if we flick to, so that's Alt... Alt 9? Nope. That's the one, Alt 7. Have a little look down there. A little bit of scenery popping. As the flaps retract, leave the spoilers up. Roger. Yeah, don't let me forget that. We'll have a little look at those actuators at work. We're getting these weird micro stutters as the sim is rendering stuff in around us. It's quite strange. Time to go. 2 hours. Lovely. Little bit of bumps. Little bit of turbulence. But I have got the Concorde, yes. I've only ever flown it live once. We did Heathrow to Barbados. And it was a lot of work. Fairly stressful. But really enjoyable. And that sonic boom is fantastic too. System depth I don't think is quite there though. It's missing the INS navigational systems. So if you haven't yet purchased the Concorde and you're not that bothered about just having a Concorde, you would rather have all the system depth alongside it, then I would probably say wait until DC Designs adds all of those features in the future, then purchase it and give it a go. Post any reviews as well from folks like myself. Craig, strangely I had to uninstall Aerosoft's VDGS. I could not get past 10 frames per second with it on. Did you update it, by the way? Because I noticed today there were 2 big updates for the VDGS. So it was a revision E, and then there was the model lib for the VDGS being updated as well. Unless that's perhaps what's going to cause us some problems, but we are happily around 35 frames per second still at the moment. Touch wood, it stays that way. I have removed Ambitious Pilot's toolbar pushback today too. Oh, Ian, it was a great laugh, wasn't it? We had some good fun, and we had a few people join us on approach into Barbados. Somebody joined us with the Just Flight Hawk, Red Arrow's livery for a flight in, which was great fun. We've got some new Osprey Airways merch as well on the channel. We've got some of the Apple iPod, not iPod, that shows my age. What are they called? The little ear things that you put in your ears. The headphones that aren't headphones. They just stick in your ear and fall out and you lose them. But anyway, we got some Osprey Airways cases for those. so do check those out. What are they called? I've got no idea. Earpods. Earpods? We'll go with earpods. You know what we need? GoPro cam. Oh yeah. AirPods. Earpods. I was close. I was close. Hammer down. Hello, by the way. Hope you're okay. It's been a while since I've seen your username, actually. Grunt, have I got the Brecod Eurofighter Typhoon? Well, I have, but it's a load of rubbish. Ah, Craig, interesting. Dan Upstart, yeah. Grandad Avgeek indeed. AirPods, and they're brilliant, thank you. Yes, if you need a case, then you should see one linked in on above. Oh, that's a weird little stutter we got there as we're moving around. Look, I was just moving around because I've noticed all this dirt on the windscreen, which is really cool. That sort of filthy glaze there. There's a lot of very, very small pieces of detail that they've put into this aeroplane, which do make it very enjoyable, very realistic. Captain, cross country, yeah, FS Labs are going to be, well, I think they said a little while ago they're looking to bring their product line across to Microsoft Flight Simulator, but if I'm honest, I think they've waited a bit too long. It's been a bit too late for them, I think. You know, we've got the Flyboire A320X, we've got this Fenix A320, which is incredible. MTG 737, the Just Flight 146. We're pretty well covered at the moment. We've got the Bluebird Simulations Boeing 757 coming in the future, which I hope to God is really good. One of my all-time dream wish list aircraft add-ons for MSFS. Hammer down, good to hear, good to hear. I'm glad you've settled down. New routes and all that, different part of the country. Glad to hear it's gone okay. Dan says the windows get even more dirty throughout the flight as well, which is amazing, and after landing you'll notice lots of bugs and marks. Wow, that's awesome. I've not even noticed that before then. That is remarkable. Again, it's the attention to detail that they brought in to this that is just stunning. A boopy is coming up in 40 miles, 8.2 tons of fuel. What is it saying we're going to need? A boopy, 7.3. Look at that, look how efficient we're flying. Michael, hello buddy, hope your memory issues are behind you. Yeah, well, the PC related ones, yes, but we are having little stutters every now and again, so there is obviously a cache issue within the sim, maybe rooted into the sim itself. But I can't do any more. I can't do any more to fix it. I've purchased new RAM. I've gone through all of my settings, made sure my sound settings match that of those in Windows. I've turned rolling cache off. Memory pre-cache on to ultra instead of high. What else have I done? Oh, yeah, I've updated lots of external programs that I run inside the sim as well. There's a lot of stuff that I've done. I can't think of anything else I can do to make these crashed desktops go away, but touch wood, we're okay at the moment. The Sledge, oi oi, welcome. Doc says no, they're not late if they can bring the A321 and the A319 and the Neo versions as well as the XLR. Well, I would like to think that by that point, whenever they get round to releasing a product for MSFS, FS Labs, I'd like to think Fenix have already brought out an A321, and perhaps we'd see maybe an A319 or something like that from Flyboire. That'd be quite cool. And there would be no need for an FS Labs Airbus family aircraft then. Plus, I think they're the ones that were dumping malware into people's PCs, weren't they, a little while ago? Which is strange. Hammerdown says, did you figure out the crashing issues is limited to pushback? Really don't know. Really don't know. I know there's been an element of memory leak associated with toolbar pushback at the moment, and we found that throughout a couple of the flights, like the what did we do? TUI Belgium, we did Marrakesh to Brussels, didn't we? And we ended up landing with almost a slideshow. But it turns out that the toolbar pushback mod was living in the background, working and gobbling up memory all the time. Dan, yes, is the Inibuild's A310 still coming? Good shout, hit like, it is coming. And I was emailing or speaking with the management team yesterday about the A310, so I'm hoping in the near future, when it is almost ready, I'll be able to bring you guys some amazing previews with it as well. That will be quite cool when that comes. Jeff wants to see Flyboire focus on the A380 since no one else is. Yeah, huge amount of work, and it is still ongoing for them as well, of course. Sledge, yeah, via Just Flight. There's a new development group called Bluebird Simulations, and their first product is going to be a Boeing 757-200, I think, and a 300 potentially as well. But yeah, really looking forward to that. That's the first aircraft I ever worked on as cabin crew at Thomson Airways many years ago. Was the 757-200 and the 767-300, and I absolutely loved both of them. And the 757 has got such character to it as well, but it was an absolute workhorse of European and US travel as well. So that's my absolute must-have. A2A, yeah, they're going to drop the or release the Comanche soon, aren't they? Which looks quite good. Sledge is hoping for fly-by-wire A380 in the next year. I hope so. I think maybe the latter part of the year into the first half of next year, I reckon, being conservative. I do follow the progress with the A380 within fly-by-wire, within their sort of development channels and feeds, but a lot of it's top secret, so I can't talk about it. But they are still working on it. It looks stunning. Yeah, and you get the RB211 turbofans, Jeff, as well, of course, the natural engine power plant choice for the 7.5. Although I think the Americans preferred the, was it the General Electric, or no, sorry, the Pratt & Whitney option instead, I think, from memory. And apparently the Fenix custom contrails are a known frames per second eater. They're looking into it according to their Discord. Wow. Why on earth is that even a thing that's happening? I mean, the contrails and also those weird visual effects are pretty mega, aren't they? I mean, look at the blurred lines at the moment. That's rather... We look down, oops. Oh my god, that made me panic. It's rather unrealistic, isn't it? And when we saw the visual effects around the wings earlier, around the body of the aeroplane outside, that looked quite strange. John, yeah, Milviz is still working on the ATR. Hopefully it flies and handles and lands better than the 310 that they released. Although they received my fairly constructive, reasonable criticism very well. Andy, anybody doing a DC-10? There's a KC-10 coming. Well, that's, in fact, that's been a long time since I've heard any updates from that. Let me go into their Discord server and have a little look. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So many Discord servers. Aerodynamics, there we go. Development progress for the KC-10. Oh, there's a video from the 10th of April. Oh, it's flying in the sim as well. No idea what the flight deck does, though. Tawny, welcome. Oh, yeah, awesome. Well, yeah, if you guys want a KC-10, then there is one on the way by the looks of it from Aerodynamics. And it looks amazing. It even has the refuel boom. Air, welcome. So after the KC-10, they've said they will make the DC-1030F followed by the DC-1030. Which is interesting. And they've said that it will be a high-fidelity aircraft eventually with an operational pilot, co-pilot, flight engineer and boom station with articulated boom in due course. That's the Aerodynamics Discord. After the live stream today, in fact, I'm going to put it into our Discord server now. If they let me do invites, I'm going to generate an invite link, and I'll put it into the crew room chat inside Discord now, so you'll be able to see it. Michael loves the tri-jets. I'd imagine the DC-10 version, though, will be a long way away. A long, long way away. So, I mean, they've been creating that one for about a year now already. Let's get that little bit more of a drum noise near the engines up the front of the cabin. John, I'd be flying right now, but my Honeycomb Alpha gave out. Wow, how long have you had it for? You ordered a new one. Good to know that you love it so much you've ordered another one again, though, because it shows how good it is. Dan, absolutely. You know what? They've got to accept the criticism when it is genuine and reasonable and honest. And constructive. A good developer would take that on board. Oh yeah, Dan, Synaptics A320. That's been a long time as well. Let's have a look on Discord for that. See if any updates are coming out through that. They're the ones with the S logo, aren't they? Server announcements. Not interested in that. Well, there we go. Development updates. Here we go. The juicy meaty part. 21st of May was the latest one. They've got apparently some real A320 pilots helping as well. But at the moment, just a PNG of various system pages. But we don't actually know if they're in the sim and working or not. Yep, absolutely no progress really. No tangible in-sim progress. Since January 2021 with hundreds of flight hours. That's pretty good going then. Oh, well, just over a year though and it's broken. Maybe not so good. For a Honeycomb as well. Oh, Michael, yeah, absolutely. The roar on takeoff was pretty special. Jeep, I'm late. Have we pressed any buttons that we don't know what they do yet? Or have I missed all the fun? Thankfully, touch wood, we haven't pressed anything we shouldn't have pressed yet. We had a little mare earlier. We opened the window and then I didn't know how to close it. But you guys sorted that out for me and I found the little clip they have to press. Yeah, I just went through your channel and I love the fact that you stream these flights almost every day. Yeah, when I get chance and I'm on days off, I will try to either be I'll be either recording content or I'll be live streaming. More live streams than usual though, at the moment. I actually took annual leave on Sunday as well because I'd not flown the Fenix A320 and it was obviously it had been released 3 or 4 days prior to that and I wanted to give it a go. So I took a day off on Sunday, a limited bit of annual leave I've got left. And we threw a stream in then, which was really good. Great fun. Ah, good stuff there. Welcome on board in the Discord. Just made the reg edit change for frames per second boost. Rebooting. Sledge. Yeah, good luck with that. That's the NDU thing was what Ashley was speaking about in the Members Lounge about a month and a bit ago, so we ended up tweaking that ourselves and my NDU is also disabled in the reg edit. It has definitely helped. Dan's just finished his PMDG 737 from Manchester to Athens. Beautiful. Amazing immersive experience with payware scenery both ends and a fantastic Jet 2 livery for the 737 with full Jet 2 cabin as well. Yeah, by Damo, isn't it, on flightsim.to? It's fantastic. Jeff says, how much pay do I have to super chat for you to start pulling circuit breakers? I don't know. It's got to be big. It's certainly not anything I want to do to wreck a thing, a stream. Ryan, NDU is a thing within Windows, and apparently you can get a memory leak within Windows itself, which will then slow down the sim by having NDU on. So you can disable it in the reg edit or in CMD. Jay says, hey, I wanted to ask when you know it's the top of descent. You'll have a little arrow on the nav display, the flight plan in the 737. Click the one below it, and then click the button that's then alongside all of the boxes or the discontinuity, and it'll overwrite it. And then don't forget to hit exec. Starkiller, not sure. It's weird, isn't it? Engines have obviously advanced significantly to just be more fuel efficient, but they've not got any quicker with the efficiency or anything else. John's bought all the new airliners except the Mad Dog. I'm the same. I haven't got the Mad Dog. I think for €90 it is exceptionally expensive for pretty naff textures. A lot of people complaining about the sounds as well. But the argument goes, well, the simulation is exceptionally good. The simulation depth of the aircraft is exceptionally good. But if it doesn't look good or sound good, it's not that complete experience. And for €90, about £75–80 in the UK with tax, that's a lot of money. Bearing in mind, on SimMarket, they are claiming it is the most advanced airliner for MSFS. Well, it definitely isn't. For it to be an advanced aircraft, it's got to be a complete package. It lacks in a few areas. I don't think it's worth the money. Angie was asking, has upgrading to 64 gig of RAM made a difference to the flight sim experience on MSFS? Oddly enough, I don't think so. Really not sure. If you press Circuit Breaker 13, you get coffee cups, Craig. Is that seriously? Is that actually... Got the other PT going off now. Frequency change. Hold on, no, that's fuel quantity change. Or channel. I did see something about coffee cups mentioned, but I don't know how you trigger them. I definitely don't want to click something I don't want to click though. Did see something, a little murmur about coffee cups though. There's the Portuguese coast. GCLP of Tower and ATIS online, fantastic. Craig, it's a good job. I know this stream's delayed, but it's a good job I was holding off then. You death spiral for pulling Circuit Breaker 13. Yeah, don't need Mad Dog, we've got the beloved CRJ, absolutely. Doc says it's interesting with the ATIS saying that arrival runway is 03 right, but Navigraph don't have any approach charts for 3 right. Oh god. Really? Start approach. My god, yeah, you're right. Jesus. Two on right, 2 on left. 2 on right is there, 3 left is there. Ah, Dan used CPDLC on the Fenix A320 last night for the first time. Good to see what works as well as it did in the Flabber Wire. That's really good. I've not tried that yet. Yeah, interestingly, we've got ILS 03 left and ILS 21 right, and that is it. And then there's runway unspecified with an NDB approach, which we might end up just having to use. In which case it will be tuning an NDB and then visually flying it in, which is interesting. I can't see any other approach data. Taxi, airport briefing, arrival, runway ops, speed configurations, vacate 03 right via taxiway Sierra 6 to Sierra 3 if it is available. I'm just going to land 3 left. Just going through the arrival pages at the moment. So south configuration, 2 on left. Preferential aircraft should vacate taxiway Zulu 6 through Zulu 2. And then from 2 on right. So it sounds like the outer runway is, so 03 right and 2 on left are the ones that get used, but I don't think we've got any charts that suggest an ILS frequency or anything for that. Could do an initial ILS followed by a sidestep. What's this? Caution. Steel cable located permanently at 0 to 8 centimeters above the pavement on near the threshold of 2 on left with donut support. Don't know what that is. ATIS has been corrected. We'll be vacating left anyway for the military apron. Colin says flight radar says they're using 3 left. Part of me wonders if 3 right is used for military. What are we? Sama 5 Charlie. We've got a bit of a way to go before we think about arrivals, stars and all that sort of stuff. We will deal with that when we get a bit closer. There's Atmos coming up, so 6 on fuel. We've got 7.5, so we'll be near to 7 at Atmos, so we're a ton over at the moment, which is pretty good. Anthony, sorry, what did I miss? I was just connecting my Discord. Fantastic. Nothing really. We were just sort of going through potentials for arrivals. What I will do is go into Discord and make sure I've hit the manual sync so that you can see the access that you need. I believe it's done it anyway. Awesome. So it's the other way around, so 3 left, Doc. I mean, the METAR at the moment, if we use this, there's a lot of weather briefing, but a destination forecast for Gran Canaria shows 020 at 24 knots. And then here you can see probability of 020 at 23 gusting 33 knots. Yeah, which is today. So yeah, we could be getting slight crosswinds with gusts of 10 knots additional to what is forecast. It's going to be an interesting approach, I think. as we make our way into Gran Canaria. What's the METAR currently tell us? Dan, I think I might make some sort of cameo in one of the episodes. I was doing something the other day and I ended up with cameras all around me, so I think I will be on one of the episodes somewhere. Yes, it's 030 at 21 knots at the moment, so all the nines, few clouds, 2,500, broken 3,300, NH1019er. And then the ATIS from the VATSIM network, Gran Canaria Information Bravo 1400, ILS approach arrival runway 3 left, transition level 70, wind 030 at 21 knots. Lovely. How's our mass and balance? Yeah, the ball's creeping down still. All still nicely in limits. And we've almost burnt half of our fuel. Sledge, have I seen the cockpit in the dark of the evening yet? Not yet, no. Flight Sim, it's by Damo on flightsim.to for the wonderful Jet 2 liveries. You download the pack and there's 3 PTP files as well. Yeah, Sledge, absolutely. Absolutely. I've said to them a few times actually that EFB just makes this so special. Starkiller, no, Fenix A320 will not be available on Xbox. It's exclusively available only on fenixsim.com, which is the website where you purchase it from. And yeah, only for PC, sadly. How long to landing? Probably like an hour and a half. It's showing time to go 1 hour 30. We've got a little bit of a tailwind pushing us along, so it's increased our ground speed to 475, which is our speed across the ground. Lisbon is down below. Where is she? In fact, oh my god, there we go. Weird stutters, isn't there, since this hotfix that I've had. There's Lisbon Airport here anyway, just there where the cursor is, and Lisbon City. It's obviously trying to render a lot of stuff in. It's causing some stutters here, there and everywhere. David, fantastic. We're an hour and 30 behind you. Hopefully tower remain on for that. Dreamliner, good day. John, sadly not. For the price Mad Dog is asking, the sounds and textures better be as accurate as they claim the simulation system is. Yeah, so the third item, simulation system, the system simulation, is very deep apparently, it's very good. But the rest just falls short, far, far short. Andrew, I think you're making a good choice there. This is fantastic as it is anyway, but if you love a little bit of character, a little bit of more of a manual feel to it, like the Boeing styles, then the 737 you can't go wrong. There is a lot to learn with the 737. Look at the world popping around us there, really weird. Friend of mine, I've got terrain pre-cache on Ultra. It's really sort of like, it's like it's not able to make its mind up. See that there again popping? Very bizarre. So when it's doing this, I really want to go into external mode to get a screenshot of this part of Portugal we're flying over. But I daren't do it when it's popping and doing weird things. Cocolada, I have a master warning going off in my Mad Dog. How do I make it go away? Turn your volume down. You're over New World update photogrammetry area now. Ah, very nice. Yeah, there is definitely a difference with frames per second between this and the PMDG. The PMDG 737 is generally a lot smoother for me. But this performs better than the A320X for me. So if that helps you grade the performance of all of them, that could maybe hopefully helps you compare. PMDG is by far the best I've got in the sim at the moment. Maybe the BA146 after that, followed by this, then the Flaboir A320X. Although I'd probably put the CRJ above the A320X as well, actually. But yeah, you won't be disappointed with the PMDG 737. It is wonderful. It's absolutely my favourite at the moment in the sim. Until the 800 comes. And I'll probably revise that slightly. Very much looking forward to the PMDG 777 and their 747 products. It's going to be pretty cool. Let's risk going outside. Oh, bloody hell. Look at that for a screenshot. Stunning. Dan, no, yeah, my rolling cache is now turned off. That's one of the things I did 2 days ago, so I have no rolling cache anymore and I've deleted it. Ian, yeah, mine's my Fenix is running the GPU as well. I find the CPU option, even though that's recommended, it creates problems for me. So yeah. That's somebody down in Lisbon. Push and start. There's Lisbon now, actually. Just through the window. There's the stadium. Beautiful coastline. And now we're over the Atlantic. Michael, absolutely. I think I only ever flew Monarch maybe twice, 3 times though. Anthony, pretty much, yeah, more modernised. It's a bit longer, it's a bit heavier, more passengers, that sort of thing. We are on VATSIM, so we're sort of replicating the real world with real ATC comms where we say proper things basically. I think I've spotted Coco Lada in the MD-82, Scandinavian 2-on-5 going out of, was it Porto or something? And I've just spotted the commentator as well, Aiden, Air Portugal 1694, Madeira to Lisbon, I think. CPU versus GPU, tricky decision, horses for courses it seems. Yeah, I think it depends where your bottleneck is and which one runs your smoothest on the system that you've got. So you can, the beauty is you can flick between the two on the Fenix program. So you can on the fly change between the two, and it will just change the way that they're all rendering. Certainly worth exploring if you've not done that before. Anthony, see, I want the PMDG 737, but I can't justify the price. It is really good, though. It is really, really nice. And they've committed to updating it as well. So over the next 24 weeks, we can look forward to a newly updated EFB. And then eventually when Sim Update 10 comes and Asobo finally release the weather data API to the developers, then PMDG are going to add in a an accurate, realistic Boeing 737 weather radar system. Flight Sim so adjusted the sound setting as well before. Unbelievable, no stutters, touch wood. David A says, very nice scenery and the VDGS worked flawlessly at SimWings Gran Canaria. Really looking forward to that, and we will be able to park up nice and accurately as well when we're using it. What I might try to do, I might try and just run Sky Dolly in the background just to see what happens. I won't do a replay live on stream in case it does cause a crash to desktop. It's still very sensitive whether or not it works or not. But what I might try and do is post-stream, put a little recording together of maybe a touchdown, and I'll stick it on Instagram. Ian, yeah, they're testing the latest update to the 737 at the moment, and it is really sounding very good indeed. There was an update the other day on the PMDG forums from Robert Randazzo, basically explaining there's a lot of code tweaks coming soon and some really nice updates that they're going to push. Oh, Sledge, I hope not. I hope they're releasing it properly so that they can actually mask it with what they want to create. If you are new, do smash the subscribe button as well. Join us as a little frequent flyer, and that way as well, if you press the notification bell, you won't miss any of our other videos and live streams and things like that. If you've not yet subscribed, please do. Same with the like button as well. Don't forget to give the stream a thumbs up. We're out today. Brian's just got back, going to install some liveries and maybe the lighting pack. Oh yeah, from lights, the lights on flightsim.to. Pretty funky, aren't they? You're trying, in fact, Ryan, you were trying to tempt me to install it, weren't you, earlier on in Discord? But I daren't risk modding it just yet. Dan says, how do you turn cabin lights off or to auto when doing a night flight in the PMDG 737? It's in the FMS. There's an option in the FMS for cabin lights on auto, but you can also, I think they're on auto by default. You'll be able to just turn them off though if you wish. And also dim them. Oh, Flight Sim went to Vega earlier. It's spectacular scenery for some freeware, isn't it? Andrew, what happened to the Fokker 28 from Just Flight? Thought it would have been out by now. Yeah, me too actually. That was, I think, supposed to come before the BA 146, wasn't it? So I'm not sure if they've run into some problems. Starkiller got a laptop i7 10750H RTX 2060. Is it good enough specs for running the sim with the Fenix A320? I think you're probably going to get maybe 20 to 25 frames per second with that spec, but it's really hard to tell. Do you already have Microsoft Flight Simulator Starkiller? And if so, what's your average frame rate that you get with your system? Ian, has anyone else had issues with taxi lights on the 737? I don't seem to have them on when you look outside. I've not noticed anything. I seem to get them on whenever I turn them on. Odd. Very odd. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Oh, David, very nice. Got 2 waypoints to go. I think then we can think about, as we pass this next waypoint, we can think about adding in the stuff for the star, I think. Or at least as we get a bit closer. Yeah, I think the lights could be a bit brighter. I've noticed the strobe lights on the wings are very, well, I struggle to notice them. You can just about see them flashing away. Nav lights are okay. But yeah, strobe lights should be a lot brighter. Farstar says, "Is the Fenix A320 worth it?" I think you do get a lot for what you're paying. You do get a lot for what you're paying. Absolutely. There's some beautiful system depth in this. There's a lot of variable things as well, like you know, choosing your analog dials over glass screens, glass standby cockpits and things. But he's very, very nice indeed. John's just launched from Madeira. Fantastic. Ah, I've spotted you. Osprey 27 Juliet Mike in the 737. Crikey. Still quite a way ahead of us. Yes, the screen is just getting slightly darker all the time. Slightly dirtier, I should say, all the time. Tim's asking, is there a way of controlling the aircraft when outside with the drone camera? So I've set a keybind. I did it a while ago, so I can't remember what it is. But what it does, if I press A on my Turtle Beach Velocity 1 yoke, it will then flick between controlling the camera, or it will make the camera go static, and then it will allow me to control the aircraft in the drone camera view. But I can't remember what it's called. I think it was like toggle camera mode or something like that, or I can't quite remember off the top of my head now. Starkiller says gets 20 to 30 low flying, but higher altitude 30 to 60. So cap your sim to 35 frames per second if you can, because you don't need 60 frames unless you really want 60 frames per second. You're certainly not going to be thinking about 4K resolution and stuff like that. Same for myself. I run my sim at 1080p. 35 frames per second, which is locked in my NVIDIA driver, so I don't lock it in the sim, I set it inside the NVIDIA control panel. And yeah, I think you should be okay. It depends what else you run around the sim itself. When I'm streaming, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4... currently 9 programs running, 10 including the Fenix program in the background as well. So my system takes a beating. But as Michael's saying, anything over really 30 frames, I've got mine locked at 35, but anything over 30 frames, I don't think you really notice any difference. Unless you've got some super duper mega 4K crispy screen. Dan, I haven't, no. Have you mapped a tiller control to the nose wheel steering axis in the Fenix? It works lovely. You can use the pedal disconnect button when on taxi. I've not, no. I do need to sort of try and investigate how to do that nicely on my system, actually. Alan Crazy, hello, buddy. Starkiller, what are my specs? I need to change them, actually. So I've now got 64 gig of RAM at 3200 megahertz. Heard a weird noise. I think it's the music. It sounds horrendously like a click from the aeroplane though, so I was kind of freaking out hearing it. So I'm just going to change the command on Nightbot here. Okay, well, exclamation mark specs will get you the latest data. So let me just test that out in the live chat. Alan Crazy, how have the crash to desktop issues been recently? It's very hit and miss. Hello, TCAS. Alright, so Bexel then Sama, there's a top of descent there. We know we're going to be going in for the Sama 1 Charlie, Sama 5 Charlie arrival. Just refresh this, there's still information Bravo. Top tip, I'll show you Volanta. If you are tuning in. We're all the way up here, right? We're out of... we're not close enough, basically, to receive the ATIS on V-Pilot. But if we zoom in knowing we've got tower, and we click on the airport, and then we scroll up, it will give us, above our flight, it will give us the option here to say, online ATC, and then because we've got tower, there's also an ATIS. We can click ATIS and it will then produce it for us. It may change. It may not. So, GCLP, arrival. ILS Zulu, runway 03 left, and then the star. Sama 5 Charlie, that one. Lovely. So then if we look at the charts, we don't need that one. Gran Canaria, star charts, Sama 5 Charlie. Here we are. So I love the fact that we can doodle on this. Very cool. Let's use blue. And we'll have a tiny pen. So, oops. Sama's up here, and it's showing there Sama 5 Charlie, 1 and 2 with the buttons there. So it says due to restrictions in GDV and when coverage is not sufficient below flight level 150, radar vectoring guidance will be provided. overflying the Gran Canaria VOR is mandatory in order to assure the standard separation between aircraft. So we're going to head down here on the star. We've got a constraint here, so we'll have to bear that in mind. At Todco we need to be at flight level 70 to flight level 140, and on the Sama 5 Charlie arrival we want to be at max 250 knots. So we can put a little star there. I've got Volanta Premium Anthony. So from Todco with 15 DME from this Gran Canaria VOR. 112.9er GDV, and at that point we're going to want to be flight level 70, yeah, about 7,000 feet, so about 7,000 feet at that point. Now interestingly, the minimum safe altitude in this section where we're going to be entering is 8,500 with terrain, which is quite interesting. But effectively from here we're not going to fly straight down to the Gran Canaria initial approach fix, which is this down here. We're not going to fly straight to that following this line, because if we do, we're going to have problems, because we're then going to go on to the ILS Zulu, which already puts us into a really awkward position, because we're going to be flying in this instance, we'll be flying in from there we go, right. So we'll be flying in from the VOR, which is about here somewhere, and then it takes us straight in like this, and then we're going to have to fly out and around to come back, and it will just get quite messy. So we're going to fly via the VOR. So for example, it's about here. We're going to fly down this way, vector ourselves downwind all the way onto final approach to intercept the ILS 026 degrees for the course there. So we've got the course of 026, we've got the ILS frequency, and we've got the Gran Canaria South VOR, which we're going to tune as well, 115.0, and then we've got our missed approach data as well. Climb 026 to 540, turn right max 210, not before 8 DME LPC, on 119 degree track to intercept the radial 059 degrees out from LPC, climb to 2,500 feet and then as directed. So the radial is here, that's that little arrow, oops. Good grief. The radial is here. That little arrow there that you could just see. So if we draw a straight line all the way from there, 059 degrees outbound for the missed approach. Yeah, terrain mode is going to go mad, and actually I think if we are going to pass all of this, what have we got here? 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000. So we're going to be at 7 here. Okay, so then the highest bit of terrain is going to be at 3, which is around about this section here. So as long as we go avoid 3,000, 7,000, that should be okay. If we look at the terrain charts here, it's showing that we want to be at 3,800 by 9 DME, which is about there. That big line that I've just scribbled all over the chart. Good grief. Galactical, welcome. See, now it's easier if we're flying in by a... Well, actually, we're going to come in over the water, aren't we? Let me just think about this. Looking at the other approaches, they're going to take us in through on a bit of a 19 or 10 DME arc. and north is up, so yeah, cancel that. Let's scratch that. Oops, my god. I didn't know you could do that, that's cool. Summer 5 Charlie. Okay. Right, reset everything we've just said, because I'm going to change the plan. Go back to the blue pen. So coming in via Sama, descending down to flight level 70 by the Gran Canaria VOR, which is here. And it says a mandatory overfly requirement. Okay, so that's fine. We will do the mandatory overfly at 70 at this waypoint. Keeps resetting my ruddy pen size, even though I've got the little one chosen. So 7,000. There we go. From here, we're then going to break off, and we're going to vector ourselves downwind, down to about 3,000 feet. Like so. 3,000 feet, we're then going to basically aim to establish on the ILS approach. We want to be at 3,000 at that point there. You're getting the sim lock up as I'm doodling on this, which is weird. Right. .3,000 feet at that point, and then it's onto the ILS from there. Hopefully that helps. That looks better. I was just looking at it thinking, we're going to fly and vector ourselves downwind, why would we go near the terrain and also therefore over the island when most likely for noise and things we would be vectored over the water? So that's what we're doing. And then from there it's just going to be the standard ILS. But we know then we want to be at Todgo, probably about, what's that, 6, 9, 15 miles between Todgo and the Gran Canaria VOR. So I'm going to say flight level 90, flight level 100 at most, at Todgo. Suggesting flight level 140 there. And then a speed limit point, GDV. Fenix 1018. Transition level 70. LPC. Just checking these against the charts. GDV, I want 7,000, so let's add that in as a constraint. .250 knots as well. Madass at max 230, but it's not for us. Speed limit point Todd goes max 250, so I'm probably going to want something nearer to 210 at flight level 70. 210 at flight level 70, and then CF from 3,800. That's fine, we'll do that. I probably want that one nearer towards flight level 100 at Todco. So it's now going to recalculate our top of descent and everything else. We've still got quite some time before we get there. There's LPMA, LPPS. The Madeira's still in quite a few hundred miles. Cody, hello, welcome. Chocolada, welcome. Got to pressurise the aircraft then. Radnav, that's not going to have gone in yet, although we have entered in the actual arrivals, so let's make sure we put in the ILS frequency 1099. Course 026. Now, if we put that in, it says it's an error. That's because we want to go F 026, like so. We know that we've got south VOR 1150, but we'll tune that into the descent. The ADFs though, there was an ADF that I spotted. Ah, there we go, the Canaria NDB 365. Ah, lovely, it's picked it up as well. In fact, that is the only one. 365. Bingo. Let's just stick them both into both just in case. Use one or the other. Oh, Dan. Perhaps I should delete it then. Anthony, why F026? Because it's basically, it's not a back course, you're flying up towards it, so let's see. On Navigraph. There you go, that course there, 026. Going towards the airfield. Otherwise it'd be a back course, I think, from memory. Next stream, by the way, if you're wondering, is going to be on Friday. Haven't quite worked out what we're going to do yet. Usual time. Depends on when the Just Flight 146 update comes, but I'll either have a video for it, or like sort of explaining the differences and the changes and everything else, or we'll be thinking of some sort of live stream with a aircraft of some sort, whether it be the 146 or the Fenix A320 or the PMDG 737. We're still waiting for an Osprey Airways livery for the Fenix A320. Tapsy's working away at painting a number of aircraft on his list, including the Osprey fleet. And frames are still 35. Amazing. Matthew, DC6. Yeah, you know what? We've not been in that for a very long time. It's hard work to fly it though. It's hard work to fly it. Andy, fantastic Friday. You'll be flying out to Heathrow from Terminal 5. Very nice. Where are you flying to? Is it business or pleasure? I do like flying out of T5. It's a great terminal to enjoy trips in and out of. Oh, Dan, yes, Anchorage to Juneau. What the heck happened there? Did you guys see that? Try and watch on the stream overlay to try and catch it back, with the stream being a couple of seconds behind. Weird. It's like all these textures just refreshed. Or just appeared. Oh, so Danny, you recommending anchorage to Juneau in the Aurora 737 then? Oh, Stockholm. Never been. Never been. Love to. Howling Crazy asking, oh, I must have missed it, sorry. Asking, do you have any FS2 crew programs installed, as they were giving me some blue screens of death? Good grief. I've got Pushback Express installed from many months ago, but I've not used it in a very long time. Very long time. I haven't even bothered updating it. I just use toolbar pushback mostly. That does not sound good though if you're getting blue screen of death from their products. Oh, Dan, have you ever used the pod? I'm guessing you've used the pod parking, and I've driven under it many times. I've seen them working many times, and never ever once paid for it. Not least because it's a very expensive car park anyway. I've just never got round to sort of giving it a go or finding the right price. I'd love to take a pod to the terminal though. That'd be awesome. That'd be so cool. And yeah, pod parking. So you park in the business parking for Terminal 5. Or the business pod parking car park for Terminal 5, and you get a little robot pod. You sit in it, and it will then take you all the way to the terminal, and take you inside the terminal, sort of the car park area. You go into the terminal from there. Instant transfer. Personal instant transfer. Quite cool. Gives you a wonderful view of the airport as well. Dan says you can use them if you stay at the Thistle Hotel as well. Wow. Though, yeah, that's a horrible hotel, isn't it? It's like going into the 1960s. You say that, as you're saying there, although staying there is like staying in Chernobyl. Oh dear. Anthony, does Pushback Express work friendly with this aircraft? You know, I'm not sure. I haven't tried it for a very long time. But like you're saying, it's hard work as it is at the moment to try and start the aeroplane and also manually work the pushback, which is something that we've not had to do for quite a long time thanks to toolbar pushback. Hopefully, ambitious pilots, 29 Whiskey, 68 Whiskey I think his username is actually, can do a bit of magic and get it working. Andy, that's who I usually use. Terminal 4 opens in about a week or two now. So all the aircraft that were based there pre-COVID will most likely be moving back as well. Oh, Dan, you have to fly out of the dark dungeon that is Terminal 3 at Heathrow. Yeah, not as bad as T4 though. I can't stand Terminal 4. Very low ceilings, very dingy, very dark. Not nice. Terminal 2 is very small as well. I find it quite almost claustrophobic. For the sheer busyness of it, the size isn't big enough. Ah, Sean, Heathrow is absolutely rammed at the moment. Terminal 5 is busier than I've ever seen it. And of course, there's a lot of airlines flying out of Terminal 5 at the moment, the likes of American and Qatar, American don't want to leave Terminal 5, but they're having to, so they're moving all their services back to Terminal 3 with the exception of the New York services, I believe, which are going to stay at T5. Which makes sense, because it's similar to that in JFK, isn't it? With BA and American sharing, is it Terminal 7 or Terminal 8? The beauty of T5 is that you can just sit and watch, you can watch the apron, can't you? All those big glass windows, all that light coming in as well. Very open and airy. Big terminal, lots of space. Ooh, flying to Chicago down, very nice. Great city. Been there quite a few times. Oh, Andy, fantastic. Got a mate who's started flying back for Virgin Atlantic. Very happy boy, I can quite imagine. Have they knocked down the old Terminal 1 yet? Dan's asking. No, and do you know why they won't do that for quite a few years? Because the Terminal 2 baggage system is actually the Terminal 1 baggage system. Kid you not. They are using Terminal 1's baggage network as Terminal 2's baggage system, because T2 doesn't have its own baggage network. How crazy is that? They built a terminal without a baggage network. So it all feeds into Terminal 1. So they have to keep half of that old terminal, which is derelict, up and running and maintained for the purposes of that. And they can't knock it down because they haven't built the T2 baggage system still. Ryan, go for it. Can you edit the lighting in that mod, or is it just the picture, the colour that's included in that picture for the cabin lighting modifications to the Fenix A320? I'd be quite interested to try and create my own. Yeah, Dan, pretty much. I was actually inside the heart of the T5 baggage network the other day, and it blew my mind. Never been, 4.5 years I've been at the airport, almost 5 years I've been at the airport, and I've never once ventured into there. It was quite impressive. The sheer scale of it. Just bags whizzing around everywhere. But it's mostly automated. And then the tug chaps that drive the baggage carts turn up at the specific bay that they have to go and collect flights bags for. They scoop all the containers onto their dollies, and then away they go. Okay, well, let's risk external view again once more. Looks good, doesn't she? Sounds fantastic. Dan stuck an Apple AirTag in my bag on the last trip. My wife didn't understand my fascination in watching its journey. That's brilliant. It would be quite cool to see where it's going, actually. I think I'd be a fan of that. There's our little top of descent marker for whoever it was that was asking earlier. And here come the Canary Islands as well. There's Fuerteventura just tickling into the nav display. How many miles is it after Samar? That's the question. So Samar is 143 miles north of Issoru. Jesus. Yeah, hence why the top of descent marker is all the way up there. Incredible. Very cool. Now that I've opened the trays, that's very neat. Oh yeah, here's the thing that I was just thinking of the other day. Do you remember when they were previewing this ages and ages ago, and Katie's notepad was here, wasn't she? Wasn't it? Did that not make it through into the final build? Dan, which one? Who's Jeremy? I'm trying to think now off the top of my head. Also, does anybody know what those are for? Whoops. What these are for? I've always wondered. I remember distinctly there was a note, there was a little post-it, wasn't there, that they created, and they were like, look how great this is, you can do a post-it, and then fly-by-wire suddenly allowed you to do a post-it note. Jeff, nice one. I'm sure they said something about coffee cup. I don't know where the post-its have gone. Jeremy Spake. I'm trying to think who that is. I'm very bad with names. I'm better with faces. I'm going to have to Google him now. From the early 2000s airport show on BBC, he's back at Heathrow in the new series for the first time since then. Wow. Oh, he's doing the airport back in the skies on BBC One. Don't think I recognise him though. I'm gonna have to look out for him now. I'll shout Jeremy. MPS Gaming wants a coffee as well. Sadly, We've only got a no espresso machine, so I can't help you with that. By the way, Ryan has just sent me a picture of that freeware cabin lighting modification thing on flightsim.to. Oh my days, it looks amazing. That's like when you're a passenger and the cockpit crew quickly go through the door and you're like that. Oh, hello. And then the door gets slammed shut behind you. Look at that for an entry. That's incredible. And literally, when you do enter the flight deck for real, you're literally stood up here like this. How's that? MPS Gaming, where are we now in Europe? I will show you on Valanta, where we are at the moment. So we started our journey all the way up here, Monarch 424. There she is. I'll put another screenshot onto Valanta. Out of Birmingham, Compton to Yankee departure, over Southampton and the English Channel, passing over Guernsey almost. French airspace, Bare Biscay, a little bit of Spain. Over Portugal, over Lisbon in fact as well. Now we're over the Atlantic Ocean. We're there at the moment in line with Madeira, which is there, Funchal. That's a couple of 100 miles out. It's 160 miles out on the right hand side of the aircraft at the moment, and there is Gran Canaria. Not doing too badly at all. There's John, Osprey 27 Juliet Mike. He's on his way in already. Dan says, can you quickly bring the lighting mod photo up to the screen? Stand by. Let me see if I can do some magic. So I can show you guys what Ryan has sent me. Cabin image-wise. Oh my god. Save image as. Stand by. I'm going to try and do some stuff. cabin1.png. Send me a few. Okay, I'll show you two of them if I can, once I've done a little stream stuff. Ryan E, well, Cosmo's saying what lighting package. So it's available on flightsim.to at the moment, and it's proving to be quite popular for a lot of people. Let me see. I'm gonna have to add. Apologise if this does pop up initially. Image slideshow. What could do a slideshow? Eight seconds between images. Add files. Okay. Oh my god, I knew that would bugger up. How's that? That's what you just sent me. So that is a freeware mod available on flightsim.to that you can download for free to improve the cabin lighting inside the cabin of the Fenix A320. How cool does that look? Pretty neat, right? Kieran, the Asobo Top Gun update is out for MSFS. Oh, has it got an aircraft carrier that you can land on? Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so Palma is all the way over there. Sorry, not Palma. Madeira. In fact, you can see a hump actually on the horizon. That's probably Madeira there. And then the Canary Islands are all the way off in the distance beyond the horizon at the moment. So, where are we? There's GCLP, in fact. Lovely. And the pseudo runway that's sort of added in as well. Ooh, challenges as well. That sounds like good fun. Look at these textures. It's such a remarkable build, this aeroplane. It's great. Okay, well, what about arrival performance? Because we're getting close now. How long till top of descent? Or just, well, to be fair, we've got over 160 miles. Zero 03 left. I love this performance calculator. You don't need anything else. What's our planned or estimated landing weight? Estimated landing weight 61.7. I might put 62 in. I'll put 62.5 because we're heavier because of the fuel. Low auto brake, idle reverse. Manual and full flap, auto throttle on. Max reverse. Actually, we could do maybe reverse idle. We'll see what happens. It's interesting. Oh, hold on. Runway dry. Lovely. Loads of space. So we're going to do idle reverse, low auto brake, full flaps. What's the runway length actually? That's the next question, because if it's really long we could do a config 3 approach as well for the first time in the Fenix A320. So taxi charts, airport briefing. Doesn't seem to tell me. 3 left. Landing beyond the glide slope, 2,708 metres. Loads of space. So we could do lap 3. Oh yeah, baby. Let's do that. So we're going to estimate 62.5 tonnes. We'll roughly have a little look, and we'll do flap 3 approach and idle reverse with low auto brake. How does that sound? So in here, we can go perf page. We're going to select config 3. ILS 3 left, ILS Zulu 3 left. The minimums for this is Category C aircraft, so 370 feet. For decision altitude. And then we want the METAR, which we'll pull in a little while. I'll get it when we get to Samar. And then I'll add all this in. Transition level needs updating though, flight level 70. And then in the go around we want to put in the data, so 1078 1078. And 1078. Could use soft go around for this then. We'd get there pretty quick. Andy says there's some low level challenges and a stratospheric challenge. Jesus. Well, I can't believe we're still going. Oh. Big security. Even welcome to you. Hello, how are you? I'm very good, thank you. Thanks for asking. I hope you're okay. I'm so glad to see someone appreciating the amazing Monarch livery. Indeed, there she is. MPS Gaming, to be fair, at the moment, touch wood, I don't want to jinx it, but it seems okay. That noise, so good. Top Gun update brings an assortment of FA-18 activities. Who's trying them already? Or who has tried them already? What are they like? Let us know in the live chat. Love Top Gun, buzzing for this little update. MPS Gaming, yeah, there's 3 variants of it actually. There's this one, which was obviously the last one that they ever had, fitted to the painted on the aircraft. Then there's the old web titles one, monarch.co.uk, I think it was, or flymonarch.co.uk. And then the old school sort of Bumblebee livery as well, the black and yellow one from years ago. I remember that one as a kid. Looked fantastic on a 757 and an A300. Too steep path ahead. Is it? 370. Let's just revise this. Sorrow is 20 miles south of Todco. Slash flight level 120. Flight level 100. Probably referencing this section here, 49 to 38, the ILS, but it's nothing we're going to be too worried about. Just delete what you amended, let it do its thing. The VNAV is brilliant in the Fenix. .8 gig, Andy, good grief. What was I doing anyway? 144 for approach speed. That will come down a little bit. Put a little thing next to 180. 144. 138. Might as well do the manual dials as well. .240 miles to go. Samar coming up, 5270. This one. Operational flight plan. There's our planned or provisional landing weight. Obviously we've not burnt that much fuel in comparison, so where are we? Samar. 3.5 tonnes of fuel. We've got 5.2. So we're looking at, yeah, about 1.5 tonnes more than we need. So if our planned landing weight was 61.8, we want 63.3 in here instead. Like so. We just refresh the data. Landing distance procedure. Anti-ice. Wing anti-ice system fault if ice accretion. Engine. Reverse and lock with buffet. Shut down if engine fire push button pushed. There's a lot of reversions here for emergency procedures on the approach by the looks of it, which is quite cool. So much depth. Keep smashing that like button, folks. We're almost there. Hope you've enjoyed it so far. Top of descent in 100 nautical miles. MPS Gaming, no, Monarch Airlines does not exist anymore, sadly. Fun fact, it was owned by part of the Italian mafia. Or family linked to the Italian mafia. But basically, when the company dissolves, it ceases to exist, MPS Gaming. It always had a bit of a frail business model anyway. I remember growing up as a kid, it was always a scheduled airline for holidays and things like that with Cosmos. So they very much were reliant upon the holiday market, but TUI just kept getting bigger and bigger, or Britannia Airways, which then became Thomson, then TUI. It became bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it just shut them out. Same with Thomas Cook. Thomas Cook struggled to compete against the likes of TUI, with EasyJet on the, on the horizon as well. These legacy style airlines just struggled to sort of compete and keep up. This information Delta now at Gran Canaria. Expect ILS approach, arrival runway 03 left, departures on 03 right, transition level 70, wind 020 degrees at 21 knots, visibility more than 10 kilometers. Broken cloud 3,500 feet, temperature plus 23 degrees Celsius, dew point plus 14 degrees Celsius, QNH 1018, and no significant changes. So 1018. Bo Delta. ILS 03 left, and we're on the Samar 5 Charlie. Oh, there's Zulu 03 left. Thinking ahead to vacating the runway, once we've self-vectored around this downwind leg. We're going to try and get off at Sierra 3, which is also a hot spot. We'll vacate Sierra 3, idle reverse, low auto brake. We'll just let the aeroplane do its thing and decelerate down the runway. Try and vacate Sierra 3, and then we're going to then turn off Golf, and we'll be told to park at the apron, probably standard choice or something like that. There are all the aprons for us as well, so I'll pin both of those ready to go. So with Navigraph, I've got our arrival pinned. Followed by the ILS Zulu. And then the airport charts for taxiing off, vacating, and parking up. David, awesome. He says, I prefer the airlines that we no longer have to the ones we have now. Crew always seem to be more friendly and welcoming. Ponto, welcome. Yeah, Dan, there were loads on the XL Air. Wow. Yeah, Air Tours, Monarch, XL Air, Thomas Cook, First Choice Air 2000, Britannia. So many, weren't there? BMI baby. Well, don't forget. Who else? JMC Air. God, there were loads. My Travel. Oh dear. Blaze says, well, the CRJ's just showing up as Cessna jets for you. I noticed that yesterday, actually. Weirdly enough, had a CRJ appear as a CJ4, even though we've got the rules for it in model matching. Rather odd. An Air, yeah, that's another one, Sledge. Good shout. So that's going to be our entry into the star. There goes the woofer. Blaze, how do you have the rules for the regional jets? Effectively, we've just put them into AIG, basically. Dan took a Monarch A320 to Orlando as a kid with my family, and we had to refuel in St. John's, Newfoundland. Wow. Okay, top of descent, getting close. So, final refresh of the METAR for now, and what we have, QNH 1018. Temperature 23 degrees. Just fat fingers. Wind 020 at 21. And that's all ready to go. Approach speed's actually just changed up to 145, interestingly. Okay, next one then. We're going to set 7 on the MC, or the FCP in this aircraft. Kurt had to step away for a bit. Welcome back. Still no crash to desktop. No, so far no. And frame rates still bang on 35, which is very nice. Sean remembers the first time we went abroad. It was with Britannia. Same here, actually. On the 757-200s as well. Out of Birmingham, funnily enough, which is why I've got a bit of a thing for Birmingham Airport in the sim at the moment. Especially with these old school sort of retro liveries coming to the Fenix A320 as well, Air 2000, that sort of thing. Cool. Well, that's pretty much near on. It's not going to change too much from here. So that's the arrival performance done. And it's remembered me charts. Look at that. Oh dear. It's writing and moving around. Philip, welcome. Wants to see the livery externally. There we are. Drone camera's a little bit tilted again. It's been drinking in the cruise. TFS, I'm now using the NVIDIA Studio driver, not the Game Ready driver. There she is, Z-bar. And what else do we want? GCLP Tower 1183. So that's tuned in on the standby box ready. And just another check of here to make sure this is all working nicely. VR's in, but we're going to monitor the VORs. If we get a bit closer, we're going to have to make sure that they are tuned in to the Gran Canaria VORs that we want. Which are Gran Canaria South 1150. And Gran Canaria 112.9 GDV LPC. Avio Simulation, welcome. Good afternoon, I hope you're okay. Cosmo, no, it's all at AIG for model matching. I was updating a little bit of it today actually as well. Dan, his first flight abroad was Air Tours. We're on an American Transair branded MD-10. That sounds really cool. I've only ever flown Air Tours once. It was the leisure subsidiary of British Airways, I think, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken. Not sure what that music is. Even remembers first time going abroad on a Monarch A320 and we were flying Manchester to Arrecife. We had 2 go-arounds and ended up diverting to Fuerteventura, then landed in Arrecife an hour after that. It's fun. That sounds pretty hectic, doesn't it? That's the one, Dan. Andy tried the carrier landing and the new Top Gun update to MSFS, waved off the first time. Second time went into the drink. Lovely. Does sound like a good bit of fun, doesn't it? Need to try that out tomorrow, maybe. Not long to go now, folks, and we will be into Fuerteventura. Less than 20 miles to top of descent. The thing I've got to remember with the Airbus is you've got to then go, we'd like to descend now, you've got to click it. Whereas in the Boeing, you just reset MCP and down you go. Oh hey, there we go. The VORs have refreshed on the standby instruments. GDV, lovely. Now I actually want to manually set one of these to LPC, so 115.0, and I'm going to use I'll use VOR1 for it. I'll leave course off and top of descent. Let's go. Alt's purple, VNAV path. There's the speed gates, and flight level 120 is the next constraint. Down we go. Badger first flight was in a 767 Britannia, show my age now, and they had the 767-200 and the 300 variant, didn't they? And I remember flying in both as a kid. And so in the 737, where it says reset MCP, it wants you to change the altitude down to the level you want to descend to. And then when you hit your top of descent, it'll automatically go into VNAV path mode. That's weird. Just got disconnected from VATSIM. How strange. Back on. Patrick, welcome. Watching from Bartonsville, Pennsylvania in the States. Good morning to you. Flight simulators have truly evolved from my days playing Microsoft in 2005. FS 2002 was the one that I last used prior to MSFS. Quite the jump. Brilliant. FlyLife Studios frozen again. Yeah, so in the Airbus it's called FCP, Flight Control Unit or something like that. And in this, GCLP, in the Boeing it's MCP. MON 424. There we go, I've updated the overlay again now. Oh, John got disconnected from VATSIM, and Craig as well. How strange. Maybe some server maintenance going on. Oh, we got Las Palmas, sorry, we got Gran Canaria Tower online as well, 1217. So, ground 121.7. Let's get that just jotted down on my notepad. Philip, where did you get the stunning livery from? It's included in the installer on the Fenix Liveries program. Dan saying VATSIM was more unstable than Putin last night with constant disconnects. At least they didn't blow up IVAO in the process. Aviation simulation, how did your literature thing go? Wesley's back as well. I think I've proven how flying fake planes isn't boring at all, since in a long flight you could literally play piano and have showers at the same time, away from keyboard all along. Probably a good job. There were no controllers, or an event. You would be able to do that, of course. Dan, IVA looked like they had their whole world of issues lately since they launched their version of Velocity. Oh, really? I've not really kept up to date with IVA at all, but I always thought they were much further advanced than VATSIM was with their levels of tech. And my first foray into flight simulation was it Microsoft Flight Simulator 2000 and Combat Flight Sim 2? I think. And then I remember Flight Sim 2002 with Concorde, I think it was, wasn't it? Bolt Concorde. I just did Meigsfield, impossible, to Chicago O'Hare. They had a helicopter in it as well, bizarrely, I think, from memory. Robertson 44 maybe? There's our gross weight, 63.9. So we weren't far off with our calculations. What do we go for? 63.3. That wasn't too far off actually for a calculation. I'm quite pleased with that. Bear in mind we're in descent now as well. Fuel flow is going to come right down. Wow, John. First flight sim was Airbus on Amiga 500. See, Combat Flight Simulator was actually a fantastic flight sim. I remember there was missions, it was like Battle of Britain missions, wasn't there? There was dogfights, bombing runs, loads of stuff. And it's a shame we don't, apart from DCS of course, but I've never tried DCS. What are we here? 86 nautical miles to the Gran Canaria VOR 1129. That's VOR or DME 2. Graham's first flight sim was on a Sinclair ZX80. Wow. Don't even know what that is. Dan played DCS once, nearly threw up. I only ever tried it once as well. I just couldn't get on with the first introductory mission where they kept talking Russian, and I was just flying around thinking, I don't speak Russian, I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing here. So I just found an airfield and landed, and then uninstalled it, feeling very confused. There we go. I've got to say, been 3 hours 48 minutes with the Fenix aircraft at the moment, plus 30 minutes pre-stream where I was beginning the boarding process and everything else back at Macco Simulations Birmingham Airport, and well impressed. Well impressed. The PMDG 737 is still my favourite. Got to be. Quite, you know, there's more involved with it. You've got to think further ahead with the aeroplane, and it does a lot less for you automatically. So I love it for that. This is right up there. I'd probably say it's on par with the Just Flight 146 and my number 2 spot at the moment, joint second. Keep smashing that like button, folks. We get to 150 before we get to Gran Canaria, and we've got the SimWings Gran Canaria airport scenery recently released as well, which we purchased yesterday just for today to go and check it out. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. We are going to expect, or at least try and see if the Aerosoft VDGS here at this airport works, so we'll be able to park up with some proper VDGS. Dan wondering if we'll ever see the Heavy Division 787 on a stream again from anybody. I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking about it the other day. I feel bad that I've not flown it for a little while, because it is such a great improvement mod for the aeroplane. But it's just, I don't know. Now we've got things like the PMDG 737, and we've got the we've got the PMDG 737. We've got the Fenix A320. Just Flight 146. I find myself now enjoying all of these high fidelity aeroplanes more than anything else that's been modded or anything else improved, if that makes sense. So things like the Heavy Division, the Salty 747, absolutely love it. Got a lot of time for it, got a lot of appreciation for the developers, but I don't feel like I need to fly it anymore. GDV in 60 nautical miles, so we'll be down to 7 at that point. Put constraints on. There's the little magenta bugs with those. Go back into the Fenix app, where we'll have a little look. Refresh the ATIS. 130 at 20 now. QNH1018, still the same. So it's now information echo, look, on the ATIS. Information echo, 1530 Zulu, expect ILS approach runway 3 left, departure runway 03 right, transition level, flight level 70, wind 030 degrees at 20 knots, visibility more than 10, view clouds 3000, broken 3800, temperatures 24 degrees, QNH1018. Final tweaks with that, in it goes. That's all done. 144 is the approach speed, and we're going to be landing config 3, so let's activate that in the overhead panel, and we now get the ECAM memo pop up as well. Yeah, Dan, the thing is, it's we've waited so long for it, hasn't it? We've waited so long for it, haven't we? All these high fidelity aircraft. Both this and the PMDG 737 are just incredibly good at what they both do. In their own right, both exceptional products, and definitely worthy of their place in the market at the top. Jod feels a bit of a plonker parked on the passenger terminal in the 737 cargo. Oops. No worries at all. Passengers are technically cargo as well, so we'll work around it that way. Dan says, I think it's quite telling there has been an experimental branch update in the Flubberwire in over 24 hours. Normally there would have been 2 to 4 updates in that time period. Yeah. Absolutely. But as we all know, Flubberwire propelled this sim in, well, kept us all with the sim. You know, a lot of people, myself included, stayed with MSFS thanks to the work of Flubberwire. That's why I really enjoyed being part of their dev team and their QA team as well, doing all the tests of various branches over the years. (4186).
Wind 030 degrees 20 knots.
Visibility
more than 10 kilometers. View at 3,000 feet. Broken 3,800 feet. Temperature 24. Dew point 14 QNH 1018. Nosies was Gran Canaria information echo.
QNH 1018. I'm going to set that on the standby instrument as well.
This is Gran Canaria at its information echo. At time 1530 Zulu, expect ILS approach arrival runway 03 left, departure runway 03 right, transition level 070, wind 030 degrees 20 knots, visibility more than 10 kilometers. View at 3,000 feet.
Bam, straight through that, beautiful.
3,800 feet, temperature 24, dew point 14 QNH 1018, Nosies was Gran Canaria information echo.
Just turn that off, we don't need to keep hearing it.
This is Gran Canaria.
Shush. Okay, that's done, that's done, that's done. We don't need to worry about that. Let's just arm the spoilers. Coming up to 10,000 feet as well. There's our speed limit point. It's going to be interesting to see what happens because the aeroplane's given itself effectively 10 miles to slow down to Todgo at 250. Yeah. Millennium, no. Flubberwire is going to be creating a freeware A380 in the future. It's set now, I think, 4,000. keep smashing that like button, folks. Hit the subscribe button as well. We are almost into SimWings Gran Canaria. New scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's available on Aerosoft and Contrail as well. There go the engines. Yep, there's our speed limit point, and decel we go. Through flight level 100s. Beeline pilot, there's every chance, yeah. Sean says I'll get this at some point, but I'll still be using the Flabberwire as well because it's two different variants. Exactly, they both have a good place in the sort of sim experience world, don't they? I would love an A350 1000 at Master Jinx, absolutely. Lights out the belly, nose light, TO, and runway turn-off lights on, seatbelt signs on. That's all set as required, so we don't actually need to worry about the overhead panel anymore. Jolly good. Gran Canaria traffic, Monarch 424 is passing Todco inbound Samar 5 Charlie arrival, expecting ILS runway 03 with echo and changing frequency to Gran Canaria Tower 118.3 Gran Canaria traffic. One 183. So from GDV we're going to self-vector. It's in 15 miles now. So 7,000 coming up. UNH 1018. Make sure they're both set. 1018. 1018. 1018. On the standby instrument as well. Let's get rid of the music because we are almost there. Oops. Javier, hi. Traffic do a lot of the visual approach to mile 4. That's fun.
So hello, speedbird 201 Tango 03 left, fully ready.
Here we go.
03 left, yep. Speedbird 201 Tango. Speedbird 201 Tango, wind 030 degrees, 20 knots, runway 03 left, takeoff. Did takeoff 03 left, speedbird 201 Tango.
We can do a bit of both, Dan. We can split comms. We have Unicom in the background as well on VHF 2. So 7.5 miles. There we are. Let's get that done. Focus on mighty. Let's go down. Let's slow it down to. We go to flight level 70. Go down to green dot. So the ground's just pointing out here what we were talking about earlier on in the stream when we were going through the approach. So we're going to hit GDV, then we're going to head down south over the water, then flying the downwind leg effectively as if ATC would be vectoring us. Which is about now. So 16. There's our green dots. We'll round it up to 215 because my OCD's kicking in. Got it. Thank you, aeroplane. That's caution, and that's dealt with. Monarch Airlines, she's back in Gran Canaria for one more night. Now we have got an aircraft that's departed here somewhere. Above should give us a couple of thousand below as well. Oh, Dan, you can set them to sync in at EFB. Good shout. I shall do that. There we go, a little bit of cloud surfing now. There's the TCAS for the Speedbird's just departed, so he's on the left, climbing away. He's all up there, but we can't see him. He's already gone. Just do 800 foot per minute and a nice rate of descent down as we are almost. There we go. Our first glimpse of SimWings Gran Canaria. Bit of cloud. Oh, Dan, you're most welcome, buddy. Makes the time go by real quick, doesn't it? Want to make sure we're out far enough to get to about a decent downwind leg. 160. Then it's 2-1. It's runway heading. 206. Alberto, so I've not tested anything for Flubber for a very long time. Just I don't really find that I've got the time for it anymore. Let's get rid of those now, I don't need them. Double ding for the crew, QNH 1018, 1018, and the approach is briefed. Just reduce this down to about that. So here's the teardrop procedure. We were supposed to go over LPC, outbound against the ILS, back course if you like, up to FI03 left, and then out on this teardrop procedure. But we're following what they do in real life. We'll fly an ATC vectored downwind leg on the ocean side of the island, basically, onto the ILS. And actually, if I show you Navigraph, that's not worked out too bad. There we go, look at that. We're right on that hold leg now, so that's pretty bang on. I'm happy with that. So 8 miles, 3,000, step down for the glide slope. We're almost at 3. Let's slow to 180. We're going to go through green dots, so flaps. Oh my god, which one is it? There we go. Flaps 1. 2 more stages of flaps left. Oh, we're looking like we're pretty nose high at the moment, so I'm just going to reassess, see what we've got in a second in relation to speeds. Very nose high. So we're going to go flaps 2 here. We're over almost 7 degrees nose up there, which is rather strange. Yeah, we've got the landing rate monitor. Coming up to 3. Let's start the right hand turn now. Let's use a bit of nav compass rose. Below the glide slope. 03. 360. ILS mode. Approach mode engage. There's the zeros, says 360. Get off the Unicom on nav 2 at the com 2 at the moment because that's just going to be distracting for us, and we're going to head down to, what do we want, 70 knots. Come off track FPA mode because we want the flight directors for this, and we're going to turn pilot 2 on. And there's the ILS, and we're on the glide. Heading locker armed at the moment. Approach mode is active. There's both now active as well. On 60 till 4. Gran Canaria Tower, good afternoon. Monarch 424 is Airbus A320 with information echo on board established ILS Zulu. Runway 03 left.
Monarch 424 Gran Canaria Tower, hello. The wind is 030 degrees, 20 knots, runway 03 left, clear to land.
03 left, clear land, Monarch 424. 2500, gear down. All animations. Look at that, that is incredibly cool. Okay, let's go to 6. Stand by. Not quite sure what was going on there. Anyway, landing flap 3. Wowzers. There's a bug. That's quite a big bug. So because we've not done the direct 2 into the flight plan, like so. Oh, good, it's me. Yeah, that's an annoying bug. We've got it back. Right, in short, if you vector Activate approach mode. It was already activated, buddy. We're flying the ILS already. It's there was a thing that somebody was talking about inside the Fenix server the other day. Similar thing. It's fine. We'll just hand fly it. Approach mode is active. Yep. Should be. Yeah. Variable weather is quite cool. We're watching it on the nav display there, flick around with all the speeds changing. Right, landing memos, snow blue, and we're landing inhibit. We are flap 3 config.
500. Above. Minimum.
Continue. Quite a lot of control input here just to keep her steady. Hello. Little sink there. That's obviously the gust dropping off.
Flight slow.
40, 30, 20, retard.
Hold the float. Still floating. And we are reverse green, idle.
Hello tower, hello, Iberia 0, visual 03 left.
And that float has cost me... in fact, no, Sierra 3's coming up. Beautiful. Go manual brakes.
Yep, expecting back to visual 03 left, Iberia 0. 1424, back 8, wrong way to the left, 1 able.
Yeah, we'll go over Kate Sierra 3, Monarch 44. Okie dokie. I think Dan was saying we've got to have a little look at the options here. The flap retraction. That's apparently so.
424, welcome to Gran Canaria. Continue taxi Sierra 3 Golf. Contact Gran Canaria ground on 121.7.
It's taxi Sierra 3 Golf and ground 121.7 for Monarch 44. Thanks for the ATC. Good day. .7. Oops, navs, strobes, landing lights, runway turn off lights, that'll to taxi. We will do APU. Start. Gran Canaria ground, good evening, Monarch 44, vacated on Sierra 3, request taxi to stands.
Monarch 44, hello, taxi stand Tango 05 via Golf.
Stand Tango 05 via Golf, Monarch 44. Ah, the Aerosoft program isn't running. Why would it? Right, let's see if I can kick it in. Well, that's disappointing. Packages, community, Aerosoft VDGS driver, XC run. Tango 05 is pretty much in the middle of the apron, which is cool. Okay, as we taxi really slowly here, it's kind of intentional because I want to see these flap retraction animations that somebody was talking about a little earlier on. So it's one of the cool things here with the mod, or the sorry, not the mod, the program, the aircraft. So we'll leave the flaps up. Oh yes, look at that. See the actuators actually moving. Which means might also be able to see. Oh, see the motors there for the actual spoilers. Absolutely amazing. Right, anyway, we'll get told off for sitting on the ground. We don't have VDGS. How sad. Left shift and V, David's not showing up for me. TCAS on standby. Matthew, thank you. Dan, interesting. Good to know. Good to know. Even pressing and holding Shift V doesn't do anything. Just thought of something. Windows Task Manager. Funnily enough, it's not running in the background. Background service, Aerosoft VDGS driver, it is running in the background. Let's end the process. It is really cool, but why is it so unstable? Why is it sort of like, yeah, it might work, it might not? Well, we've got Tango 5. Lovely, that's the next one coming up. And we don't have the VDGS, which is annoying because it hasn't properly rendered in to work. Taxi lights off, APU's on bleed. Yeah, Dan, it seems very hit and miss for me as well. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. In we go. Buggered that up. Osprey sighted. Rumour has it that it's the world's best flight sim virtual airline. MD-80 Boeing 737, 757. I'm going to say we're about the size of a 737. Perhaps it doesn't work with Fenix yet, but then it works with a PMDG 737, so it doesn't make sense. Oh, there's Wesley. In his Iberia A320. Welcome to the party. Oh, that's the interior. Okay, so park brake sets, APU's good, engine 1 and 2 cut off, beacon on. It's just transferred the power across. Arrived. Would you like to commence deboarding? Yes, please. And look at that. It automatically will add the chocks, add the GPU, and now begin to bring the door in automatically for us. So it's one less thing for us to have to worry about as the pilot. How cool is that?
G'day, ground. Hello, Iberia 0, vacated runway 03 left.
Iberia 0, hello, taxi stand Tango 12 via India.
Tango 12 via India.
It's even going to unload the cargo. See, that's one thing I wish they did. I wish they actually did like PMDG with the cargo loaders, or at least have a way that you could initialise the in-sim ones as well. Aviv says, how's this versus the PMDG 737? You can't really compare the two, Boeing versus Airbus and all that sort of stuff. but I love it.
Yeah, you can, but
I love them both actually. They're both very, very, very good.
too big for Tango 04, but you can anyway. I mean, it's possible.
Alright, thank you.
Welcome to Gran Canaria, everybody. Thanks to our controllers and everybody who flew along today as well. Let's work through the airport here and have a little look to see what it has to offer. I'm going to pop out the other end where John has parked up. Certainly the longest stream we've done in a long time with the sim, and touch wood, it's been really stable. Underneath, what have we got? Nothing, that's fine. Go under here. Gates and a few other bits. Certainly very, very, very good on performance this. The VDGS from Aerosoft is not loading for me, which is a shame. Even manually kicking the XE into play doesn't seem to want to actually do anything. Otherwise we'd have had their wonderful, and it is incredible when it works, amazing VDGS. Perhaps I needed to restart the sim or restart my PC after updating it today, who knows. There's John. Got a screenshot in a second, but I want to capture this tower because I've noticed there is an interior. The modelling work on this looks exquisite. Look at that. The link to this is in the description. If you do want to purchase SimWings Gran Canaria, you can get it through Contrail, which is a really awesome program, similar to the way Orbex installs all your scenery. Hey there. Oh, Jesus. That's hideous. Oh, we shan't look at her anymore. That's cool. Look at the view. What do you guys think? If you're watching, perhaps you've not purchased it yet, you're thinking it looks pretty good. It goes all the way out here into the petrol stations of the vicinity. All of those wind turbines that we saw on approach. Look at them up close. Custom made. Absolutely stunning. Then we've got like the coach park. MPS Gaming, yeah, it's the latest version of the VDGS, updated today actually, prior to the stream. John, yeah. Be firing up them CFM engines. Poga straight back out of Gran Canaria if she's a zombie. Road signs, a little bit of the roundabout stuff added in. Not mega detail on the landside areas, but you don't need it, in my opinion. David, hello. You still having the sim issues? It's really hit and miss. It's very unpredictable as to whether or not they're going to happen. Today, touch wood, I mean, we've done 4.5 hours, and it's been amazing. Look at that in the distance. Holy cow. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? Do we have anyone else flying in? Yes, Gav, Osprey 722 on tower. This is already touched down. No, we're good. Alright, let's whip this up in speed. Oh yeah. Grab that. There's John. He's been waiting ages on stand. Thank you very much. Flew in from Madeira. And I could just see some lights in the distance. If in doubt, by the way, if you have the similar sort of experience with the ILS and you maybe balk something, click the wrong thing, do something that throws the ILS off. John, no worries, buddy. Thank you very much. Got a screenshot just in time. They just turn the autopilot off and fly the ILS manually using the diamonds on the PFD instead. I can see 2 sets of aircraft coming in now. Going to be interesting. So we've got Gavin, followed by Coco Lada. Dot aircraft. We can try and work out how far away they are apart from one another. All good. All good. Spray 722. In 1 Papa Golf. They're 5 miles separate actually. Seems pretty good. What do we reckon? Butter. Just over. If you can. Oh, there he is. Just pops into view, and you can just see Cocolada behind him as well, stacked up on the ILS. Got 12 more likes to get to 150, guys. If you've not pressed the thumbs up, please do. Hit subscribe as well while you're here if you're new to the channel, tuning in perhaps for the first time. Hopefully you've enjoyed our 2nd ever proper touchdown in the Fenix A320. Still lots to learn. And we're watching the last 2 landings on VATSIM for those that flew along today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the new music as well. Thought we'd change it up from the same tracks that we've heard for the last year. They've always been okay, but yeah. Cocolada I think is in an MD-82, I believe. Not quite sure what he's going to appear as though, when he does appear. There's Gav. Place graphic settings, blend between medium and high. There's the touchdown zone. The aiming point. That's looking very nice on the profile. Something weird with fly-by-wire with the way it actually renders in the aircraft as AI. There's no sounds. That was very nicely done. Oh, he's vacated like a pro there as well, which means he's on very short final. He is. There's an aircraft overhead. Oh, it's Ian. So we've got another one to land. So Ian's just gone overhead, over the top of Cocolada, so we've got one more to watch after this, which is good. Gotta watch Ian as well, he's been chasing us since. He's done really well to catch up this much. Ian, no pressure, indeed. It's a good job I spotted you then, actually. Last time I checked, we were over the Bay of Biscay and you were just leaving Birmingham, so you've done incredibly well to catch up that fast. What's Cocolada displayed as? Fenix A320. Well, that's close enough. He's in the Mad Dog. Trying to tame the beast. At least this one has engine sounds. That looked very smooth. There's the reversers. We're up on the drone cam. He's vacating quick time. Oh, boarding must have completed itself because the jetty's decided to take itself away. Brilliant. Why has it done that? Let's toggle the jetty again. So mass balance then. What are we? Yeah, boarded 0, cargo's empty. We've only got 4,000 kilos in the tanks left. Where'd that cloud pop up from? Try to flow low against the wind turbines, see if you survive. I will try. Another time. 1183.
Gran Canaria Tower, speedbird 2472 is with you, ILS Zulu runway 03 with information Foxtrot.
Here he comes. Here's the military base, by the way. Hi, hello buddy, I thought you'd enjoy Monarch today. Monarch, Birmingham to Gran Canaria.
Speedbird 2472 Gran Canaria.
Speedbird 2472.
Speedbird 2472, please confirm you're established on ILS runway 03 left.
About to be established on runway ILS 03 left.
Speedbird 2472, wind 020 degrees, 20 knots, runway
Awesome.
03 left, clear to land.
Clear to land for speedbird 2472.
Ryan, I did do the wings, yes. Did indeed, very cool. What do you guys think of the scenery from SimWings? Really nice, isn't it? Line up, welcome. There's Cocolada parking up. We're all the way over there. Wesley's sat on stand. And Ian is now on the way in. Last man in. On the ILS. It's, where is he? There we go, he's about to establish. Ethan, welcome. This is the first time we've flown to Gran Canaria, I believe. We don't often do a lot of them. A lot of the Canary Island flights. It's so far away, isn't it? Night Shepherd, good evening. Just got to work, 2:30 AM in Australia. Wow, good morning to you then, if that's the case. More flights in Sweden. They're on the list, absolutely. Lennox finally got on to doing his first full flight of the 737 after trouble with your PC. That's fantastic. Alright, well I was going to do Dallerman, then I realised you probably wouldn't even be watching until about now, so it'd be too late. So we went with Gran Canaria. Plus SimWings released their fantastic scenery, so we're pleased to be able to have a little look at that today. Martin, good afternoon. You have almost missed it, yes. It's been a good one. 4 hours, 40 minutes so far. Riverball, hello to you. Nice one for doing Monarch today. Used to work at Birmingham doing ground handling, bringing back memories as Monarch operated many flights back from Birmingham back in the day. Indeed, yeah, flew with them from Birmingham, in fact. Years ago, back in the old Bumblebee style livery, black and yellow, before they went purple. Back in the days of Britannia Airways as well, funnily enough. Right, no worries, mate. 152 likes, thank you everybody. Really appreciate it. Javier, wow, they have an event this Friday in the Canary Islands. Might have to look into that. Friday afternoon. We are looking to stream on Friday. Perhaps that is where we go. I'm sure somebody will dig out and have a little look. Gav, cheers buddy, have a good one. Ashley, we're still online. Press to desktop counter, 0. Just waiting for Ian to fly in. Wow, Wesley, I know worries, buddy. It's very late for you over in Far East. Thanks for flying along. Here comes Ian. He departed about 30 minutes after us, and he's landed only a few minutes behind. Remarkable. We'll chase Ian back into the stands, where we will end it after he's parked, just before he parks. Here he comes, butter or no butter. Peekaboo. There's the screen center. Oh, that looked good. Oh, little bump. Nicely controlled. That looked pretty good. And there's the runway at Sierra 3 to vacate. Gav. Fantastic. Let's kick 5. Zip back. And using the glass, I want to have a little look. So, oh, we've got the out terrace bar up here, look. He's pointing at the Monarch Fenix A320 that's just flown in. No doubt. He saw the landing, it was rather good. That's safe.
This is 2472, welcome to Gran Canaria, taxi via call, Romeo 12, and Tango 12.
How's that?
Taxi
Review?
via Romeo 12, and could you say the gate again, please?
This is 2472 is Gold, Romeo 12, 2, Sam, Tango 12.
Golf Romeo 12 to Tango 12 for speedbird 2472.
Awesome.
Thanks so much for the ATC.
That's the one, Paul.
Bye bye.
Always nice. Thanks for the ATC, good night. There we are folks, SimWings Gran Canaria. Nice arrival, great little airport down in the Canary Islands for you to explore. Available on Contrail and on the Aerosoft store as well. Created by SimWings. And we departed in the Fenix A320 for this awesome, there's the interior, Monarch Airlines A320 livery, the Fenix A320, out of Macco Simulations Birmingham Airport as well. All the links are in the description down below if you want to get your hands on either of the 2 pieces of scenery or indeed the Fenix A320. and hopefully I'll see you all on Friday for the next live stream. In the meantime, thank you everybody for flying along. Welcome to all of our new subscribers as well on the channel, and I hope to see you on Friday. Have a good day. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit like if you've not done so already before you head off. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks for watching. Take care.